Hi, good morning, everybody. Greetings, greetings. We're just going to start in a few seconds, so can I just get your attention? Before myself and Ade do the words of welcome, we'd just like a short prayer, so can I hand you over to Sheikh Mohammed?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you, Abdi. Thank you. Can I just welcome you jointly with Ade, who is from the Imperative, and the conference has been jointly organized by Bandung Africa and the Imperative, so a very warm welcome to everybody. And we have our first two speakers, but before I introduce them, just to say that if there are any issues or any of the day, please approach Ade or myself and we'll do our best to sort them out. We have a full program, as you can see. We've had to make some alterations because of room change, which the hotel impacted us with. But apart from that, it's more or less as the program is set out. We'll do our best to keep to time. We have around about 50% of people dialing in. But before I say anything more, to introduce the first speaker, can I just hand you over to Ade?
So thank you all for being here. I know many of you traveled and there was probably issues with travel. So I'll say that you are exactly where you're supposed to be at the time you're supposed to be there. So I want everybody to take a deep breath in and out. Let's center ourselves in the space. And I just want to say two quick things. One is that I know that conferences a lot of times can be seen, and rightfully so, as sucking up a lot of resources. And it can. And the way that we combat that is by making real relationships, knowing why we're here. I'll say that the judge and I, we met at a conference, organizing a conference, and now he's on the board of the Imperative. And so think about the relationships, think about the conversations that you will have outside of the sessions, and that's what makes conferences meaningful. The last thing that I'll say is that can afford to come are with you. So think about those individuals who are with you as well. So though there might be 50 or 60 people in the room, we know that the representation is many, many times more. We want to center ourselves in the moment and prepare ourselves for the day.
Thank you. We have some amazing people who are online to help and speak. Because of distances, who are online to help and speak. Because of distance as well and time, that it's necessary to have some people log in. So we have organizations or individuals that want to see them. We'll do that as soon as possible. So just bear with us, and that will be done with the assistance of the technical team. So it's my pleasure to introduce the first two speakers. And whilst I have only met both of them relatively recently this year, tell you know where the fire escapes, ambulance, security, and the men with guns outside.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning again. Security. We on behalf of the Predini management to welcome you at Predini Paradise, and they say thank you, Paradise, and they say thank you for choosing our hotel as your host. And we shall ensure all of you, you are taken care when you are at the hotel. We have a very trained security personnel all over the compound. When you are entering, you could see the police security seated at the door. So wherever you walk across the seated at the door, so wherever you walk across the hotel, you just meet with the security personnel to guide you the boundaries of the hotel to the Kenya Wildlife Service Police. So talk to them before walking around the beach areas for your security. The break time, do not carry your items outside the room. I will ensure the door is closed so that all your things are secured when inside the room. In case of emergency, you use the one exit door. You walk away from our conference. Opposite, there is Elephant compound where we go in case of emergency. And always read the signages of emergency places when you are walking around the hotel. And the security people are there to assist you in case there is an emergency in the hotel. The hotel offers a free Wi-Fi. The password is here, Convention Wi-Fi, Paradise 2024, Capital P, others are small caps, Paradise 2024. Just can use it when you are here. When you go to the other side of the hotel, the rooms is Friday Wi-Fi, but the password is one. If you need to do some printing services from here, on your left hand, there is a business center office where you can do printing. And in case there is a, just go there, our guys will get you back to our internet. We offer a free medical services in case you're not feeling well. I'm always available in this area to take you where our doctor resides. And if you feel like walking around Mombasa, make sure you have a partner who knows Mombasa. And if you feel like walking around Mombasa, make sure you have a partner who knows Mombasa, or you do the inquiries from the Pridini reception for a satisfied Uber driver to take you across Mombasa. In any problem when you are around Mombasa, just call back to Pridini. We shall get you helped. Have a good day and enjoy yourself, Pridini Paradise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's the corporate security, right. Okay. As I was saying, I just have the pleasure of introducing two speakers, one of whom is dialing in, and I heard of Faith Odhiambo when there was the uprising began in Kenya in June the 14th, I think. And one of the people is actually in this room, but another whose name came to prominence very quickly for defending the defenseless, for making sure that everywhere there was a record of police brutality or extrajudicial killings, she and her organization were there. Coincidentally, Bandung Africa met with the Law Society of Kenya. It's the president of the Law Society of Kenya I'm talking about. Office in Lavington, and at the time we had our first meeting, there was a security delegation advising their lawyers and paralegals about how to stay safe. There were threats, they were being followed. Since June to now, ongoing, Faith Odhiambo has led Kenya Law Society to help keep the government accountable for what it's doing or not doing to protect its people. So let me not, without make any further introduction than that, but I think Kenya, in fact, the whole of the continent owes a huge debt of gratitude to people like Faith Odhiambo. Faith, I hope you can hear that, and you should be online, and welcome to Bandung Africa and the Imperative Global African Diaspora Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When I was asked to speak, touching on the topic of police brutality and extrajudicial killings, well, talking about it globally, but I'll also focus on the context that we are best known of course, our country and the challenges that we have. And so I'll mention, of course, other global challenges, because we know the question of police brutality is not unique to Kenya, but it's a challenge that we've seen world over. And so it's my honor to join Pandu Global African Diaspora Forum to just share my insights and thoughts on the same. So good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and fellow chain makers. Today, before you, it's with great honor and a heavy heart. Why it's a great honor coming to speak with colleagues from different diaspora places, but also with different backgrounds. But a heavy heart because of the topic on the challenges we continue having with regards to police brutality and extrajudicial killings, still in this day and age, as if it never left us. The subject brings us together is one that strikes at the very core of our shared humanity: the persistence of police brutality, systematic violence, and extrajudicial killings that disproportionately affect Africans and people of African descent across the globe. Let me paint a picture for you. In 2016, Kenya was rocked with the brutal murder of lawyer Willie Kimani. Now, this was the first time that we'd seen a lawyer being killed in his line of duty, together with his client Josephat Mwenda and driver Joseph Mururi. And what was also most shocking about this particular case, that they had, they were already in protective, under. So Willie's client, Joseph Mwenda, was already under witness protection, and it was planned so well that they knew he'd be coming to court that particular day, because they could not get them where the client was being safely kept under witness protection. And so the only way was to waylay them on the day that they went to court. And so the abduction, torture, and execution by police officers sparked national and international outrage. Justice was eventually served after 3 presidents had come and left office, continuous noise. We went to the streets, particularly when Willie Kimani's body was found. This was the tenure of Allen Kishui, President Allen Kishui. Thereafter, even during the tenure of President Harvey, we continuously wrote letters to the Chief Justice on the kind of interference that was ongoing in that case, the attempts to delay, the attempts to obstruct justice. And this was a continuous and concerted fight until the tenure of my predecessor, Eric Theuri, in which they finally saw justice. But it took more than 6 years to finally see this matter coming to a close. And why did it take the deaths of a prominent lawyer and 2 others, coupled with overwhelming public and media attention, to shake the system into action? We think that with a good constitution setting independent institutions, then you'd definitely expect that it does not need the attention of the media, it does not need the attention of the law society, civil society groups, and international pressure to get a matter heard and determined. But on the contrast, if you look at even to date, the case of Baby Pendo, a child that was killed while in the arms and protection of its mother, the police clobbered the mother, clobbered the child until the child died. But to date, we are still in a push and pull, particularly with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, to have that matter finally commence. And there's still a lot of pressure that is we're trying to exert to have and ensure that this Baby Pendo has finally realizes justice. Contrast this with the countless nameless individuals who disappear or are killed without as much as a whisper in the news. Their deaths are reduced to statistics. Their families are left to grieve in silence. Their lives deemed unworthy of justice. Investigations into these crimes are rare, unless overwhelming public outrage is stroked by media coverage or the victim is well known or well connected. Consider the vigor with which law enforcement pursued the disappearance of campaign staff associated with President Ruto. At one point, when 100 police officers were reportedly involved in the investigation. Meanwhile, in Nairobi's impoverished neighborhoods, what may refer to as the ghettos, social justice activists tirelessly document the discovery of tortured bodies found abandoned in alleyways or riverbanks. There are often no direct witnesses to these atrocities, but the reasonable suspicion that police are involved looms heavy. It's a business as usual for the vulnerable in these areas, where life is cheap and justice even cheaper. The difference between justice served and justice denied often lies in who the victim was, what connections did they have, and how much public pressure was exerted. Now, I know this is a sobering topic, and as lawyers, activists, and thought leaders, we often bear the weight of such injustices on our shoulders. But let us also carry hope on our hearts, because today, as we sit in this room, or virtually, we are not just observers of history, we are architects of a future that must be different. So let me assure you that this speech is not just about the grim realities, it's about the possibilities. And yes, there will be moments of levity, because even in the darkness, we need light to start with the undeniable truth. Police brutality and extrajudicial killings are not just a Kenyan problem, global crisis. From the streets of Nairobi to Minneapolis, from Lagos to Paris, the brutality meted out against Black lives knows no borders. We see a recurring, insidious pattern, a pattern that tells us one thing: the system is broken. In many cases, this violence is not simply a failure of law enforcement, it's a deliberate weaponization of power. For those of us in the legal fraternity, this poses a deeply unsettling question. What happens when the custodians of the law become the violators? This stark reality crisis. In the United States, the haunting words of Joy enough to stop the next senseless death. In Nigeria, the End SARS movement exposed the chilling brutality of law enforcement, with countless young Nigerians arrested, beaten, or killed for the crime of looking successful or daring to speak out. In Kenya, the heartbreaking story of the Kanjakoma brothers who were tortured and killed during a COVID-19 curfew enforcement and the police brutality witnessed during the Gen Z protest is a chilling reminder that the problem is not just misconduct. It's a systematic weaponization of state power. Elections in Zimbabwe, Uganda, and Tanzania have been marked by targeted violence against opposition groups, reinforcing the perception that police forces are little more than tools of political repression. These are not isolated incidents. They are the visible scars of a much deeper wound, a wound that cuts across borders, a much deeper wound, a wound that cuts across borders, histories, and generations. Now, before we sink too deeply into despair, allow me a brief moment. Isn't it ironic that Africans, we seem to carry a universal passport? This passport doesn't require an embassy stamp or visa approval. It doesn't. It grants us instant recognition, usually by security personnel who find us suspicious simply for existing. Whether it's at a checkpoint in Harare or an airport in London, the treatment often has a disturbingly familiar aura. But humor aside, this passport is a stark reminder of the shared struggles we face, not just as citizens of African nations, but members of the African diaspora. From a legal standpoint, the prevalence of police brutality and extrajudicial killings represents a catastrophic failure of our rule of law systems. It's a flagrant violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which enshrines the dignity of every in our individual nations. But beyond the legalities, let us confront the moral failure. Police doesn't just take lives, it erodes trust, it breeds resentment and tears apart the social fabric. And in a cruel twist of irony, those who demand accountability are often met with this very violence they seek to end. How do we rebuild that trust when the very institutions meant to protect us from instruments of oppression? Imagine asking a young man in Kibera or Mathare to report a crime to the police. Some of you may not know where Mathare or Kibera is. Those are part of our slums in Kenya. And during election periods, those are the highest hotspots that police are known to meet the highest violence against any individuals who raise their voice against any oppression or deemed when they feel that elections were not free and fair. And so those are normally the highest area that police are deployed to cause maximum harm. His response might be, report to whom? The same people who killed my brother or the same people who killed my father? Let me address the elephant in the room. Why, despite global protests and countless reform pledges, does police brutality persist? The answer lies in a toxic cocktail of factors: impunity, militarization of the police, systematic corruption, and social economic equality. They may seem small, but they intertwine in a manner that brings out the reality. Without impunity, police institutions are deemed to be independent. And I'll give an example as our situation in Kenya, where the Constitution granted it, the National Police Service independence, and yet there's still militarization of the police because the police are deemed not to be able. I remember when this government got into power, police were not allowed to do demolitions, but when the government wants them to conduct demolitions, the kind of demolitions we've seen being perpetrated in the middle of the night to ensure that they cannot be stopped with any court orders, or irrespective of court orders in the middle of the night, police watch as people's houses are torn apart and people's goods are thrown away, shows also the systematic corruption because it's a concerted action, knowing that irrespective of there being valid court orders, or despite knowing the rules in how you should evict or the rules in how you should arrest, people are picked up in the wee hours of the morning where it's harder to look for help or to call for help or to rally people to stop your abduction. And the greatest problem are social economic inequalities. But we're not here to simply diagnose the problem, we're here to chart our way forward. Looking at it, we can have different approaches, but I propose this. First of all is a rallying call for accountability. Accountability cannot be selective. It cannot hinge on media outcry or political connections. Every life matters, whether it belongs to a lawyer advocating for the oppressed or to a youth in a forgotten neighborhood. We must demand for independent investigations on all cases of police brutality and extrajudicial killings, advocate for specialized tribunals to prosecute these cases so that these cases do not last in the judicial system for years, as the inept conduct and corruption sometimes in our judicial systems, where cases that seek for the justice who have been brutalized face years and years in courts, that even trial judges that commenced those matters end up being promoted and are not able to complete the hearing and determination. Establish civilian oversight bodies with real teeth, bodies that can investigate, sanction, and reform police departments. We have the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, but we are yet to feel their teeth. During the Gen Z protest, this was one of the institutions that got the highest criticism because despite all that was happening on the media, we have not seen to date, even despite the number of memorandums and concerns the law society has raised, we have not seen any particular case of anyone arrested or tabled publicly that these police are under investigation. It seems that these bodies have gone mum, and hence there's a need to have civilian oversight bodies.
Sorry?
Then
Oh, thank you.
Oh, look, there is.
Well, you're off the bed.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing people on the background speaking. And secondly, reimagining justice. Justice is not just the absence of violence, it's the presence of equity, opportunity, and dignity. This requires legislative reforms, community policing models, and training and sensitization. Well, training and sensitization only for the new recruits, because one thing that I'm tired of and a rhetoric that we normally hear from the donors is that they will train and train. Sometimes training is not enough. Experience is the best teacher. And by having more police prosecuted and arrested, and that's why we need legislative reforms to ensure that independent bodies or civilian oversight bodies have teeth to prosecute, investigate and prosecute, and recommend police reforms that have to be inculcated. This will change the mindset of police to remember that they are accountable to the Constitution, they are accountable to the national laws in which they operate, and that there will be no blanket protection from the executive. But accountability alone is insufficient. Justice must go beyond punishment. It must include systematic change, addressing the social-economic inequalities that breed distrust and resentment between communities and law enforcement. As members of the African diaspora, you wield immense power, economic, intellectual, and social power. Imagine the change you'd create if you harness the power collectively. Support group movements like NSARS and Black Lives Matter, not just with tweets, but with tangible results. I normally say that the Gen Zs moved from the tweets to the streets, and that's how they made a difference. People might rubbish the impact they had, but I say they made a government reshuffle and sent certain people home. They made the government rethink its budget. They made a government change its direction with regards to a bill, even if there aims to bring it back. But the fact is, they made certain changes and brought into scrutiny a lot of the unchecked wanton corruption and wanton misuse of public resources. Use your influence in international forums to hold governments accountable. Be the voice of the youth that no one is able to listen to at your international fora. Be a voice that can be an impact to those who are voiceless and cannot amplify their voices. Let us also leverage on the power of storytelling. Each case of injustice must be documented, shared, and amplified. Let the names of victims like Willie Kemani and countless others become rallying cries of change. I can say to date, there is no complaint of an advocate that is under danger that we take lightly. Because the story of Willie Kimani always brings a chilling reality that advocates who are out there doing the best that they can for their clients, the best that they can for the people of Kenya, or wherever fora they are serving, must always be protected. And we work together to ensure that any reports, we follow them up to the latter. Because you never know that one cry that can come out from one of your own may seem as something small, only for them to lose their lives. As we gather here, let us ask ourselves, what kind of future do we envision for Africa and its diaspora? A future where the rule of law prevails or where systematic violence continues unchecked? In the words of Thomas Sankara, you cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. It's true. A bit of madness is needed. And the madness is with regards to the passion that you can apply in fighting to enforce the rule of law. Today, I urge each and every one of us to embrace this madness, a madness of courage to challenge entrenched systems, to envision a better future, and to act decisively to make it a reality. Let us leave this forum not just with resolutions, but with actionable commitments. Together, we can build a world where justice is not a privilege for the few, but a right for all. As Michelle Bachelet aptly puts, it's time for talk has come. It has come to an end. It's time to act. And so I hope today that all of you have action points that you're going to implement, because the future of the rule of law requires a little bit of some madness. Yesterday, I had a talk with colleagues And we're talking about certain truths or the certain madnesses that we're seeing in global leaders world over. And if the actors of rule of law, professional organizations, trade unions, amongst others, don't acquire a bit of madness, then we'll not be able to also apply and run and learn to run the same race that the world over, the new kind of breed of leaders are having. It's only through acting that we can hold our leaders accountable, we can hold them responsible, and where one of us are not able to speak directly in their countries, let diaspora, in whatever opportunities they have, be an action point, be a strong voice, be the mad voice in the room to effect change. I thank you.
Thank you, Faith. And just give her a round of applause, because obviously we owe Faith a huge debt of gratitude, and all her staff and the lawyers who've been fighting on the front line. Just to say very, very briefly, we went down, Bandung went down with Shaban, who's outside, during the protest, about a week later actually, so we weren't that brave. And we went into the CBD. I talked to a soldier who was trained by the US Army in Georgia and had worked so-called in Afghanistan, various other parts of the US military. He said, I don't agree with the protests. I'm not going to shoot anybody, it's the police. Talked to the police, they said, it's not us, it's somebody else. So nobody was really taking responsibility on the streets. And in the activism we had, we talked to Larry Madoa from CNN, who was extremely brave, really going around and filming live as the tear gas was being fired. And that was my experience of tear gas. Never had it anywhere else, but that's where we got it. I'll tell you another little incident about that. Before I say anything else, I just want to introduce our other keynote speaker this morning before we go into the panel. I met Isaac in Addis Ababa. Isaac Samekade is the president of the Uganda Law Society. And I thought, this guy's not, he doesn't sound like, doesn't chat like the president of a law society. And that is a compliment. Because actually, generally, presidents of law societies are very pompous, very arrogant, and wear their ego on their sleeve. And this is not that man. This is a person of the people who cares deeply about Ugandans and about Africans. And I am honored to have invited him to speak and say a few words. You'll be hearing from him again in the program. And again, somebody who's placed himself and his organization at enormous risk from the powers that be to defend the defenseless. Isaac, over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Should I speak from Thank you very much, Judge Peter Herbert, for that kind tribute and introduction. Bandung Conference, the African Diaspora. I am handcuffed at the beginning because the room is full of select individuals in the fight for social justice are unquestionable. However, I look forward to knowing each and every one of you individually. In the room, I have only met Houghton by name and reputation, so it's a great honor for me to be brought in close company with him. And before I started here, before I came in, he promised to hold my hand and introduce me to as many of you as possible over the course of 3 days. And I'm grateful for that. So forgive me for the protocol handicap that I have. Without much ado, I would like to jump right in to what Peter has called a keynote speech. My second in less than a month. It would not be too dramatic to say that the law, the practice of law, and even therefore constitutionalism in my home country, Uganda, is in the midst of a long-standing crisis, not unlike that of my pre-current speaker, my counterpart for the Republic of Kenya, the President of the Law Society of Kenya. The fierce faith. All societies, it appears, have primary concerns that arise out of their specific histories. For example, in many Western societies with a history of industrialization, a lot of legal work historically was concerned with the conditions for working people in the factory and their resultant social welfare outside it. In our post-colonial context, we as the peoples of African descent may or should find that a lot about restitutions, reparations, racial justice, and the like. Colonial context. In preparing my address, I noticed that there are many current challenges to international law. The failure to resolve the conflicts both in Palestine and Ukraine through legal mechanisms is one of the most immediate examples of this. It may, as many observers have noticed, lead to the end of strictly Western jurisprudence on how these matters are looked at. Some of you may or may not have heard the remarks of Senator Lindsey Graham just last week, where he went on record to state that warrants of the International Court of International Criminal Court or the International Court of Justice don't apply, shouldn't apply to Israel, the United States, Germany, the United Kingdom, or even France, because international law was not conceived to apply to them. As such, this compounds what were already flaws in our inheritance, the received law from the global north, which is the law, the framework, the bedrock of our current law as post-colonial subjects. Primarily, there was already an incomplete transfer, I believe, in Kenya as well. British law was brought here in a disemboweled form. We have no juries. We have no civilian oversight of the police. You've heard from the fierce faith telling us that the dream of IPOA has ended up being a pipe dream. When you research my name online, an article I wrote a decade ago, the Law Society can do more for activists. I think that's the title. I was criticizing a statement of the Law Society of Uganda then, And I suggested IPOA as one of the examples. Oh, how so wrong I was. This, in the native, the fierce faith has told us about the situation of the bereaved youth in Madare who cannot envision themselves a client of the Kenyan police institutions when they ought to report a case about the loss of their loved one. They are unseen and erased, if not brutalized, by their own state institutions. They rather not deal with them, even in 2024. It is within that context that everything detrimental to the African's historical and current right to justice can be imagined. This is our reality. Are we okay? There is much that can be said. Permit me to outline a few facets of our reality. The monetization of access to legal services, regular human rights violations, non-existent labor protections, PIPs, non-existent political rights in practice, direct in constitutional processes backed by imperial power. Get there. We have a shared context and a shared reality in the global south. So if we go back to the principles and aspirations that inspired the conveners of the Bandung conference, we could say that the post-colonial subject, it appears, has regressed in their goals for rights and justice. We are convening to make penitence, is that the word? We are convening to ask ourselves, why have we regressed? And that's a beautiful confession. However, the key difference is that, and fierce faith stopped so much on a point of sadness, but I would like to give a point of positivity. It appears that there are now many more legal and civic activists from among us. Online, I see so many people confess that they're activists. They may not be in the mold and stature of the great Houghton, but they aspire to be. And that's a beautiful thing. So we are much better informed today more than ever about the past and the present. And discourse is much more widespread and entrenched in all places of power. Knowledge, thanks to the internet. This was not always the case. In conclusion, we simply need to network better. We need to put our phones down and meet in forums like this. Face each other. And reflect on our shared context and reality. Acknowledging, as the fierce faith has told us, that the time for talk came to an end a long time ago, we ought to programs of liberation that we have already decided upon. We also need a much more detailed exchange of experience. And achievements between ourselves from around the world. I close by inviting you, Judge Peter, to Uganda to address the Ugandan society. I pledged that. And I hope and I pray that we'll achieve it, and we can come. You can come with all courageous Kenyans that can cross the border, given our current context. I can't guarantee that you will be safe in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Ekizibu manti teyalabiseeko.
The communities are far safer than without them. So I would be honoured and privileged to come to Kampala. I've been before, and I look forward to seeing a fan from Uganda in the audience. So I just wanted to say
Just want to say hello. I travelled from the UK to come to the Diaspora Conference, just so that I can widen my knowledge and perspective on what's happening over here and connecting with everyone in the room. And it's really inspiring to hear someone like yourself from Uganda share your journey, experiences, and your knowledge with us. So thank you very much. And thank you, Peter.
now we have some safe spaces and we want to network people. So without further ado, can I ask for the next panel to come up? I'm chairing that panel. So we're honoured and privileged to have Arungu Houghton. And just to say one or two words about Arungu, he's one of the people, when you arrive in Kenya and talking about human rights, I say you need to meet Arungu Houghton. Don't meet anybody else, but you must meet Arungu. And since then, wherever trouble is, he's been, in terms of working with faith and other parts of civil society. And so really a huge reputation. And the last time we met was in committee, maximum security prison, where we were privileged to see. I know that he is somebody who has a huge knowledge and experience, and I'd like to have him share our thoughts, and we'll have this discussion. We're told that we have to have break for tea, refreshments at 11:30, 11:15. So, well, we need to tell them that it's 11:30 because it'd be hard to break and then come back. So let me have a word, let me start off. Already can do that, and I'll thank you, Ade. And we'll get straight into the discussion. So just moving to chair, Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, between 2000 and 2008, and joined myself and others and had a stellar career defending members of the black community, and since then has been involved in police campaigns, campaigns against police injustice, Chris Kaba case, and many, many others. So Lee, can you hear us? And we'll come to you in a few minutes. But
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. So can I first, while we've got the link, and if you just want to say a few words for about 5 minutes, I'll ask Arungu to say.
And I'm delighted to be part of this conference. Former policing director for London for 8 years, but also an advocate for police injustice and fighting for justice for African descent communities, black and ethnic minority communities here in the United Kingdom for the last 40 years. I'm sorry I can't be. And I'm deeply jealous that I'm stuck here in freezing England whilst you guys are having the benefit of Peter and his efforts around the Bandung conference from day one of the economic instability that comes with that, the rising Gen Z generation, the use of new technologies and the rising Gen Z generation, the use of new technologies and smartphones, all provide a combustible environment in which conflict is almost routine, and much though the United Nations has attempted to force an agenda for respect for international human rights, we can all see that is failing, and it requires civil society organisations across the world and on the continent to come together to give life to the United Nations legislation. So that's my 5 minutes.
Ask you to also give a sketch outline and before we go to the questions.
Thank you very much, Peter, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be back at the Bandung conference. I think this is my third one, so I think fourth is eagerly awaited. I direct a group of investigators and campaigners within the auspices of the Amnesty International Kenya. We're one of 70 sections across the world. If you are in a place like the US or Nigeria or South Africa or the UK, there is a section there. We have been operating now for about, it's almost about 13, 14 years. Isaac. You know, I think 4 reflections very quickly. One is just my own personal reflection in terms of how I came to this work. In 2017, we had a very protracted general election. And there were 2 incidents that really gave me the interest of working full-time with Amnesty. I'd been a volunteer for many years. I trained staff back in the 1990s. But actually, when the job came up, there were 2 incidents that were really pivotal in terms of me applying for the position. The first was in March, and a video went viral across social media. And a police officer in plainclothes in front of about 200 people on the streets of Eastleigh, which is in the eastern side of Nairobi, shot 2 suspects and was filmed doing this. He shot them not just once, but several times. He actually got a gun from another officer in full view, in full daylight, shot these 2 young teenagers, Jamal Mohammed and Mohammed Kheri. His name is Sergeant Rashid, and he was at that point the head of a special unit that was operating from Parklands. These 2 men were unarmed, they were teenagers, and they were shot really just in an execution. A few months later, in 2017, also just between the 2 elections, we had a disputed election, and then there was a period of wrangling, and the court determined that the general election had to be run a second time. There was a horrific operation that took place in a place called Kisumu, which is several kilometers from here, probably about 1,000 kilometers near, actually on the way to Uganda. And a young 6-month baby by the name of baby Pendo was struck several times on her mother's back as the mother tried to leave her small home. And asphyxiated and died. And essentially, this assault led to a murder. It wasn't the only case. There were 47 other crimes that took place in the 5 to 6 hours that followed. Many of those crimes have now been identified as crimes against humanity, murder, torture, serial rape. And we have now 12 commanders who are before the court, yet to take plea, for essentially killing baby Pendo and the several tens of other people that were injured during those days. And these 2 moments for me were pivotal in terms of wanting to work for Amnesty. 2 more quick comments. The first is that whereas Uganda and Kenya are becoming increasingly similar, one of the differences, and I think it's useful to explore this a bit, is how strong the Kenyan constitution is. How strong the separation of powers between investigators, prosecutors, and the judiciary still is. And unlike Uganda, we have an independent oversight authority. We have independent offices and constitutional commissions that have been, up until very recently, very effective in holding the state accountable. So I think it would be good to tease that out a little bit, what happens in a context where you have a highly militarized context, which is my appreciation for Uganda, and a rapidly militarizing context in the case of Kenya. I'll come back to that in a minute. The second one, I think, is Jasper's comment about conflict. I think the conflict of judicial killings and enforced disappearances. Let me stop there and see whether the rest can be teased out in conversation.
Thank you, Irungu, Lee, Isaac. I just want to put one or two questions to the panel and see who can deal with them. And these are sort of devil's advocates top questions, really. In all the power politics, Uganda, Kenya, US, the Western powers that interfere, what real difference can organizations such as Amnesty, Uganda Law Society, Diaspora, what actually difference do you make and should you make, and how can you improve on what you're currently doing, if at all?
So let me just maybe put the struggle against extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances into a context. Roughly every year, Kenyan police kill about 150 people. Most of them are male, unlawfully kill 150 people. And 50% of them will come from Nairobi, and particularly from the informal settlements. So these are largely poor, under-resourced communities. Now, that is about a third of the number of people that the United States police kill every year. Contrast the population difference. The American population is 7 times the size of the Kenyan population. So disproportionate, if you look at it in terms of those proportions, there is a high number of cases, incidents, and a very clear trend towards the use of unlawful police, unlawful police action. You've heard Faith talk about what happened in the last 6 months. 61 deaths, 73 abductions, unlawful abductions or enforced disappearances, over 1,700 arbitrary arrests. So this is the scale of the work that we have to do. There are probably about 5 different things that I think have emerged for me as strategies that work. The first is build alliances and movements that are able to resist this state violence in different communities. And I think, whether you're in the Philippines with the anti-drugs war, Myanmar in terms of the Rohingya, Ethiopia in terms of the Tigray violence, South Sudan in terms of Darfur, Gaza in terms of the Palestinian and the genocide that we're seeing in Gaza at the moment. What has always worked is build alliances across different communities and different sectors. In Kenya, what has been really effective is generating, mobilizing and supporting social justice centers at the community level that are closest to the points of the violence, and have them essentially be the first responders. But not just them, doctors. During the protest movement, I don't know if Faith mentioned this, but we had hundreds of doctors give voluntary service and create pop-up clinics in different parts of Kenya around the protests. So they were able to treat not just protesters, but bystanders and also police officers, let's not forget. The Law Society in Kenya, and I'm just so glad to hear Isaac talk about his vision for the Ugandan, Ugandan councils and advocates have been really stellar in terms of the way that they've responded. Within 1-2 hours, typically, they have gone to police stations, they have found out how many people have been arrested, they have distinguished what the arrest charges were, and they have represented those clients. And largely, out of those 1,700 plus suspects, many of those went home the same day that they were arrested, because either the representation was so effective at the police station, the police decided not to charge them, or when they went to court the next morning, and there were a few like that, the prosecutors threw out the charges because they were defective, or judges erred with the defense counsel and had the charges removed. So these are one of the, I think this is probably the most important one. The international dimension, I don't have time to do the other 5, but the other 4, but let me just do the let me just do the international context. I think it's really important to see these trends in an international context. Authoritarian practices are rising in probably most of the countries of the world, definitely 2/3 of the states that were historically liberal democratic, even if they had histories of slavery, even if they had histories of extermination of indigenous people. They are considered to have been liberal democratic countries. And we're starting to see the levels of violence that we see in some of the flashpoints that I've talked about show up in different spaces. So I think an international lens is really important, and therefore alliances between the Black Lives Matter, NSAS, the comrades in South Africa, the Kenyans who are working on this, the Ugandans, begins to become a very interesting proposition in terms of pushing back. The thing that binds us to some extent is this slightly forgotten I guess, international protocol or standard called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I think what we have to do is vest more power into that standard and ensure that we're able to protect each other by essentially providing support and resource with not just our own sections, but actually thinking about people-to-people solidarity. The old model, let me just demolish something that I thought had been demolished 10 years ago, but I still hear it showing up from time to time. The idea that going to an embassy in Nairobi, because many of our governments now are muscular, they are fairly independent, and they are not even interested, or let me put it this way, they are interested, but they have found ways of essentially speaking to the trade and commerce interests of the Americans, the British, the Dutch, and the Germans, in a way in which they know that when the rubber hits the road, they will not be censured by those governments. Or they will be public relations, but in reality the resources will still come into the country, and therefore the level of influence, I think, is muted. So we have to look at this from a power lens. And that power lens is build the domestic muscles and the capacity to be able to resist this level of violence, but not just resist it, transform it. Keep pushing for propositional ways in which policing can be human rights based, it can be transparent, it can be a force for good.
Thank you. Isaac, can I ask you to give your thoughts?
After Houghton, that's he has made very profound remarks, especially the conclusion about the old model. And I would also like to add that in my own country, Uganda, and in my own situation, on the 28th of September this year, I was voted president of the Law Society after a 1-month campaign that sought to challenge how lawyers envision themselves in the highly militarized Ugandan society. I challenged them deliberately, provoked them even. I could even have run naked if I wanted. I wanted to provoke them thoroughly. And we did. So we offered a paradigm shift along 4 Ds: decolonization, demilitarization, democratization, and digital transformation. My campaign slogan was back on track for each one of those things. I can tell you, Judge Peter, that people were afraid of each one of those Ds. So afraid that much of my work was to ease them, cajole them to accept that this is a power they have. They can say these words to themselves in their corners as lawyers. Lawyers came to the realization that they have been so defaced and so erased and so emasculated that, so we had wonderful, beautiful t-shirts to entice them. And I'm telling you, so many people at first were even afraid to wear the t-shirt. It's just the design was fantastic, number one, but also we had wonderful ambassadors for the t-shirts, the two ladies I came with. Yvonne and Cynthia, they are twins. They are not lawyers. And they are the ones who were with this madman. You know, they took me to collect the nomination form. I was with other non-lawyers, including a performer very popular in Kenya. She's taken as a nobody in Uganda. Have you heard the song called Ozambi? Shifra? Yeah, Shifra was my lead escort to the Law Society to collect my nomination form. And I did perform with Shifra. We were wearing, I think she was wearing a back on track for digital transformation, because digital has enabled her to find empowerment. She went viral. And Shifra told us she's big in Kenya. And in Uganda, she was surprised and she was so happy that a person campaigning for Law Society considers her the Jewess. And she told the media, after they asked her, what does this all mean for you? She said, I'm going to make so much money. I get it now. Like, literally, she had been to the den of power for that day. She'd been around power, but a power lawyers weren't able to see themselves. Anyway, there is a positive note to this story. After this massively provocative campaign, lawyers stand up in a historic number and delivered a historic landslide and voted against what doesn't look like them. Voted against a person that challenged them, insulted them, rebuked them, called women lawyers, little lawyers, called men, dimwits and deadwood. Senior lawyers, I mean, especially. It's a revolt. And they delivered a protest vote. So, to answer your question, my only contribution can be that, and what we learned, because I had a think tank, mostly women, speechwriters, 2 women speechwriters. They were shocked that, first and foremost, they were shocked that I read these speeches they wrote because they were riotous, rebellious speeches. I told them, have fun. And they were shocked that I would read these things verbatim. But so they were shocked. They said, Isaac, so it's actually true that our people have a hunger for fresh knowledge, fresh ideas. Our people people don't want to have safe conversations. The old model of being politically correct is rejected. Even within, elite spaces. Elites were invited to reject everything about elitism. And they did so. You give them a secret ballot. They did so. Okay, it's still a secret ballot. They were able to do so in a secret ballot. So we are trying to reflect on how else can we replicate such destruction or disruption. Yeah, it's a time for disruption. Yeah, against all this, state violence and everything. We are in a good time. We're in a good time to do disruption. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So you feel the energy in the room that we have. I'll come to the audience in a few minutes after some questions. I just want to ask Lee Jasper. Lee, I think you should be there. I want to put a difficult question to Lee. Supposedly, the diaspora in the United Kingdom is in a position to give some assistance. But given our recent experience of the acquittal of the police officers who murdered Chris Kaba, really, are you in a position, the diaspora, to say anything or do anything that reflects positively on the conference, on the continent of Africa? Lee, do you for those who don't know about Chris Kaba, do you want to just say a few words about what that case entailed and your reaction to it?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Chris Kaba was a young man who was being trapped by police in a vehicle without any blue lights flashing, trapped in a corner suburb street of London and brutally without any evidence of committing any criminality at the time. There was a subsequent outpouring of rage in London, and the government and the police informed me that no such demonstration could take place, given the occasion of the Queen lying in state after she passed. And we determinedly instructed government that we would go ahead anyway. And so whilst the Queen was in Westminster Abbey and people were visiting, thousands of gathered outside the police station of New Scotland Yard, the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police Service, to make their views known. Recently, in a British courts, British judicial system is notoriously biased in favour of the police, and not only was he acquitted, but with it, I think, has a positive contribution to make. Because here in the United Kingdom, whilst our black deaths in custodies used to be in double figures, 20s and 30s a year, we are now down to single enormous civic society pressure on governments, not just people like me, but other campaigning in the United Kingdom. So I do think we can make a contribution. I also think the African American community and other communities, Brazilian communities, all have a contribution to make to this global debate about the extent to which police services are being used to discriminatory oppress and suppress legitimate political voices around the need for more democracy, more sustainability, more accountability, a better quality of life, etc. You must remember that it was Frederick Douglass who said quite eloquently, he was the African-American abolitionist who campaigned against antebellum slavery in the deep south of America, that power concedes nothing without demand. It never did, it never will. You'll find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be opposed upon them. And these will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows, or with both. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. And I think it's a perfect quote for the eve of a new world, where that old order that we've seen and we've heard about this morning in places like Uganda and to a lesser extent Kenya, but certainly in other parts of the continent and around the world, that old order is dying and a new order is coming to the fore. And civil society groups and young people will be at the cutting edge of that, aided by new technology, which gives us the ability to be able to have these types of conversations, but also to mobilize communities in a way in which the establishment cannot police, cannot control, and cannot interfere with. That gives rise to the global demand for greater police accountabilities. We spoke about the United Nations and the feeble nature of their pronouncements, but I would say in their defense that, as Frederick Douglass has intoned upon us, that if we do not campaign and give life and spirit to the international laws and legislation, as we have done here in the United Kingdom, to push back the discrimination faced by our communities, then we can only expect that discrimination and abuse of power to get worse. So it's vitally important, in my view, that we come together as a global diaspora, both Africans on the continent and elsewhere throughout the world, to have a conversation in the light of the murder, the brutal murder of George Floyd, and the United Nations production of a report talking about the abuse of law enforcement agents around the world, particularly as it impacts upon the African diaspora. Here is an opportunity for us to come together. In the United Kingdom, what we're doing is consulting black communities to develop a 21st century black policing charter that says from communities and consults and co-produces with communities What do we want from 21st century policing? What does police scrutiny and accountability look like? What does the issue of tackling systemic and institutionalized racism, so prevalent in the United Kingdom, in the justice system, what does that look like? What is the role of black communities here in the United Kingdom in relation to holding police to account? And we're in a 3-year consultation project to produce these charters in 5 cities across the country. Then for a national conference to bring those charters together to place before government to say this is the kind of policing accountability that we want. In Britain, we have a saying that the community are the police and the police are the community. And it would be wonderful if that is true, but it isn't. And we have seen precisely how systemic racism criminalizes black communities. It means that white people and black people may be first-time offenders, maybe never in trouble before with the police, both will receive distinctly different policing and different judicial outcomes, one from the other. So we know racism is still prevalent and with us. But what behoves us, I think, for this next generation is that we must use all our technologies. We must use all our power and efforts to understand that violent repression of our communities can only increase in a continually unstable world where climate crisis, economic crisis, crisis of confidence in democratic institutions continues to wane, and which the resurgence of a white supremacist global elite is now forging ahead to try and exert control and repressive control, not just on the continent of Africa, but in America and the United Kingdom and other areas of Europe. And this presents a existential crisis for the world in which African communities all over the and global diasporas can come together to forge a new agenda for demanding police accountability and change. And I would hope that the comrades on the table, that the people in the room would understand that it's high time that we had a global diasporic conference on policing and criminal justice, so that we can set back and mirror back to the United Nations that not only do we support the reports that they produce on the call for a common agenda around global law enforcement, but we are determined and we reflect the demand from young people for that demand for greater account, from young people for that demand for greater accountability and scrutiny. It's an incredibly important time in the affairs of the planet, and we face an existential crisis of whether humanity will even survive in the next 20 to 30 years, and criminal justice and law enforcement on an international level. And one look at Palestine, one look at Sudan, one look at other areas in the world tells you all you need to know about the extent to which you can quickly become victims of severely repressive and violent governments seeking to take control of their politics. So I invite people to join us as we seek to fashion a new agenda for the world in which peace, security and freedom will be our watchwords and the commonality of environments right across the planet.
Thank you. Thank you. Been told by a higher authority, which is called refreshments, by the hotel, that will be on unless we so get the teas and coffees, bring them back in if you need to, and then we'll resume the final part of the panel. I do apologize for the interruption, but we were told it's either now or not at all. Okay, thank you. So please pop outside and then come. have to jump in. Following that, okay, and we've got Ada's going to carry the mic, so fantastic. So let us go to questions. I can take 3 questions first. Try and make a note, and you can make them specific or general to the panel, and then I'll come back to ask for the answers to be given. Thank you, Ada.
And just to reiterate, questions are not dialogue. Questions start with who, what, when, where, or why. So let's keep them to questions.
Good morning, Yvonne Brown. I'm a UK solicitor and I'm also a Jamaican attorney at law, although this conference is solution focused, so I just wanted to suggest something that may deal with the authoritarian and militarization of our police forces. Jamaica has a population of around 3 million people, and in 2024, which hasn't completed yet as we know, there have been over 100 police killings. 100 police killings in a population of 3 million, and Kenya is 45 million. And so one of the issues that Jamaicans for Justice have come up with is body-worn police cameras. And the police have been fighting, saying it's not necessary, we don't need it. But I'm just putting it out there to say, because we've seen what's happened in America and all of those deaths that were recorded. So body-worn police cameras, take that back to your various organizations. Thank you.
Did you have, okay, questions, questions. Right now we want questions. Question.
Thanks so much. My name is Mufasoni Krista. I'm Burundian, but an entrepreneur in Kenya. As a Burundian, I was not aware, first of all, about the human rights. I was not interested in that field before until my family got to, and she's the journalist, Irangabe Florian, that got arrested, and she was abducted. I wanted to ask, as Amnesty International, what would you suggest for a country like Burundi that the government itself doesn't observe that law? Is there any awareness that is supposed to be happening from schools maybe, or to make the population, the citizens, aware of their rights, and to maybe force the government to obey?
And one more question. One more question.
Okay, I'm going to ask you. That was the question. Right. Well, I'm Chukwu Demezu. I'm a dual qualified barrister in the UK and Nigeria. The reason why I wanted to ask 2 questions is they pertain to both jurisdictions. The first one is to Lee Jasper about the Chris Kaba situation. As you know, Lee, there are a number of things that would I say the government or the police certain accusations that were levied at Chris Kaba, and there was surveillance that was released that didn't actually identify him specifically. So I'm quite interested about what you actually think about that and with regards to the investigation around that particular case. And the second thing was about Dele Farotomi in Nigeria, who was an activist who was arrested, I think a couple of days ago, on trumped-up charges that he defamed a senior lawyer, right? And he's someone that, quote-unquote, the government have an interest in. So I was just wondering, when the police are used as a tool to more or less like do the work of, I don't want to say the government, or to do the work of the powers that be in a sort of a skullduggerous manner, if I can use that word, how do we actually respond to that?
Right, thank you. Can I put the three questions to the panel? I'll just check Lee's online. Body-worn camera, can it help? Very, very quickly from the 3 panelists. Amnesty International, particularly question about awareness. Can we help raise awareness about human rights? through the work of Amnesty and other NGOs. And finally, the questions for about Chris Kaba. Lee, can you pick that one up? Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we going to the UK for... So on the Kenyan side, we have as Amnesty International, we have been calling for this procedure to be introduced. I think now, I mean, it's at least 6 years now, so I've done this several times. There is no interest because there is no interest in accountability, right? So I think it's a legitimate demand that we must continue to place. Alongside that, really, I think is the broader issue of transparent and comprehensive reporting for incidents of fatalities and incidents where police officers have used excessive force. We don't have a database, for example, of officers who have been either dismissed or are going through court proceedings or have been transferred because of misconduct. And I think that's the second side to that. We had a commitment from the Inspector General that they were going to digitize the occurrence books, the OB. I think you have that in the UK as well? Okay, it's the most bizarre thing I think in Kenya still. So if you ever get into trouble with the police, they have a book that's called the occurrence book, and it's basically the incidents book. It's usually a physical book, and they, in long prose handwriting, they basically write down the charges against you. And if you are a complainant, you will be given a little slip of paper. It's getting better, but it usually is a piece of paper that's ripped out of an exercise paper with just your case number. And we've been arguing that they need to digitize those books so that we can begin to look at trends and track performance against incidents. So I think that it's a great idea, among others.
Thank you.
I have nothing to say here. I am total agreement with.
Okay. And then Lee, can you pick up the question of Chris Kaba and the body-worn at the same time? Thanks.
Yeah, I think body-worn cameras are excellent if you can get access to the film. What we found in Britain is that the body-worn cameras were initially introduced so that it could bring accountability to controversial policing incidents where we just have independent, is rather than, as you see in the States, where the body-worn footage is almost released instantaneously as an incident happens. In the United Kingdom, the police retain the body-worn footage and they use it to build a defence, as they did in the case of Chris Kaba, around how they can plausibly explain events. And it helps them to build a narrative. It is not given to the public domain. I've worked on many deaths in custodies here in the United Kingdom, Moyed Bashir in Wales, Chris Kaba and others, where we've had to demand that they release the body cam footage, and they have steadfastly refused, despite the whole body cam deployment being based around the fact that it would bring greater accountability in relation to policing incidents. So body-worn cameras are a necessary but not a sufficient condition to provide the kind of police accountability that we need. I think in relation to Chris Kaba, what we see in the United Kingdom over the last 30, 40 years is that whenever a black person dies in prison, mental health or police custody, there's all press through leakages from the police side to demonize that individual. Now, I don't know the facts around antecedents, what he was up to, what he wasn't. But all I know is that if an unmanned man is driving a car, which the police has got blacked out windows, so the police can't easily see who's driving, and you've got an opportunity to arrest him, that person should be arrested and taken to court and face trial, not summary execution by the police. And so, you know, my experience has been that the police and the media tend to demonize black people who died in custody post their death as a way of trying to pour cynical oil, if you like, on the allegation that they're an innocent victim. and that's been a feature of black deaths in custody in the United Kingdom for some time.
Yeah. So I'm really glad to hear that Amnesty came through for your family. I work for the Kenyan section, so I don't work on the other 10 countries is in Nairobi. And one of the challenges we have as Amnesty International is that we do not have country programs in probably the Congo, 10 countries. We have one national office, and that's only in Kenya. And I'm trying my hardest to make sure that we're not booted out or rather closed down. The second, in Southern Africa, I think we have 2 national offices. So there will be, I guess it'll be some time before we can actually place staff and resources inside Bujumbura. But for the moment, most of the work is cross-border. Burundi worries us a lot, even for those of us sitting in the Kenya program, because of the nature of oppression, the suppression of the rights, freedom of expression, the rights to, democratic practices, protection for journalists like your sister, and also for human rights, activists. And I think there's a limitation to what you can do, I guess, a cross-border advocacy when you have such a high level of arbitrary arrests, detentions, and violence. And sometimes it's not even just state violence, it's also non-state violence, like gender-based violence and so on. With 74,000 internal displaced persons and the tension between returnees and local people, there are also those conflicts that sometimes we forget but are really important. Some good news. The first, the first black woman to ever become the director for Canada is a Burundian, and her name is Keti Nivabandi, and she's brilliant, and and she was a former refugee in Nairobi for many years. So I think one of the things we've learned is that actually, although the space may be closed down in the country, actually providing spaces and support for Burundi leaders outside of the country is one way of building up a capacity that when the space does open, you will have a group of leaders that are able to go back and instill human rights values. Human rights education is critical. And the good thing about this highly digitized space that Isaac has learned to use very effectively is that there are no borders there. Right, you can actually speak to people across borders and engage them on that. And I think, given the demographic, which is very similar to Kenya, it's only a matter of time before the power of the people overwhelm the people in power, or will it bring anarchy, right? And I think that's the role of human rights defenders, is to make sure that the arc of justice moves towards the rule of law and to constitutionalism, because then you can create a new society rather than one that is fighting itself. Right? What is the role of business and business people like you? I would say that you have a critical role. We haven't, I don't think, worked as well across the business human rights field, but one of the things that's happened over the last 10 years is human rights organizations, at least in Kenya, have seen a 40% decline in funding from, I guess, mostly Western governments, the British and the Americans and so on. So increasingly we have to find resources from among our people, right? So it's not just a good strategy, a good way of thinking, that we are creating systems where we are not only domestically resources, but with that domestic resourcing will come domestic accountability. Because the other problem has been directors of NGOs having to go to diplomat cocktails simply because they want to be seen and not forgotten when the funding is being made available. I'm making this a little bit simple. So I think my suggestion would be, my invitation would be come to the office. I will introduce you to my colleagues, and let's start thinking about how do you create chapters of Amnesty that are, even if they're not on the streets, they're not doing the protest work, but they are giving quietly in the background to those people who are willing to do that work.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Arungu, and the other presenters. Can I just say we've got about 3 minutes left before we have to go to the workshop, so can I have 2 other questions? At the back, and then my brother here. So, just to your right, and then again, very, very
Mine is more of a contribution, and just to agree with what Mr. Irungu has said, and also what all the other speakers had mentioned with regards to a session, had us in regards to what are our personal action points to contribute towards various social justice movements across the continent and across the world. So I think what I observed from the Gen Z movement in Kenya and elsewhere, in Nigeria recently, is that social media can be used as a very powerful tool, as what Mr. Irungo has said, that transcends reject finance bill. Sometimes governments will, knowing the power of social media, will shut down, for example, X, formerly known as Twitter, will shut down that platform in that country. However, other citizens from other countries can take part and can support a movement by actually retweeting, just simply retweeting the hashtag and sharing information, because governments also are afraid of bad PR. So if they see citizens from other countries actually, retweeting the hashtags, then it also gives power to the movement and it creates awareness. So that's one personal call to action point for myself, to be aware of what's going on, not only in this country, but in terms of geopolitics, what's going on in Uganda, what's going on in Tanzania. Just to be an activist, like our president here of the Uganda Law Society. But what can I do? I can access a social media platform and give a voice to the people who might not be heard inside that country by retweeting factual information about what is happening. Thank you.
I'll try to be as short as I can because my learned colleague has taken most of the 3 minutes. Okay, Tapedi from South Africa. Mine is also more of a contribution. I've been listening attentively, and I think that the focus accountability and learning from what we are doing from South Africa, we should also look at civil liability, because it then has a bearing on the accountability by the state itself. In South Africa, the minister was even in the media recently because of the civil suit that goes to the state, because the criminal liability is more individualized. Therefore, it leaves the state to be passive spectators. So if we can look at that and realize that when you hold the state accountable through civil accountability, that can perhaps help the whole situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I, did you want any particular speaker to deal with that as a question? Yeah, contribution. Thank you. Can I just thank the audience for the... And can I ask the two panelists who are here, Isaac Arungu and Lee, dialing in, for a big round of applause, please. We have eruptions from a session that, and you could include, even if it's 2 or 3 body-worn cameras and 1 or 2 other issues, that would be as a conference. Can I then cause this panel to an end? And what we're going to do, as I said, we're going to have 2 sequential workshops. So they're not going to happen simultaneously. They're going to be sequentially. We have, people want a break, that's fine, but otherwise we'll just go straight into it. There are 2 out of the 4. Our human rights for police and prison officers, led by Arungu. We may have Mr. Hamisi Azara dialing in from Justice Defenders, so I'll do my best to make contact with him. And the other one, that there is we're lucky to have a video presentation from a judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Mr. Justice Lanola. So he was unable to be here physically. The workshop, in a sense, on his behalf, challenges to the independence of the judiciary. We may have, and if it's possible, do you mind starting yours first, and I'll make the behind-the-scenes connections to see if we can get my colleagues online. So that workshop is going to be led by Rungu, and as I say, it's our human rights for police and prison officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. So let me switch gears. I almost wanted to go and change clothes and come back, just like, so there's like, you know, I could wear some prison uniform or something. So Peter and I were guests of Justice Defenders last week, and we were at Committee Maximum Security. It's built essentially for about 2,000 inmates. It is a maximum security prison, so it is historically very famous within Kenya because it is the place that Dedan Kimathi was executed several years ago in the 50s. And it is the place that those that are incarcerated for serious crimes are taken. And we were guests of the prison, and we were there actually for a graduation. The University of London was awarding 29 degrees. Most of the prison inmates were sentences, or they had been pardoned for cases that ranged from murder, robbery with violence, sexual assault, and various others. So these were people who, you know, in many ways had death penalty. The topic that I've been asked to speak about, or to provoke a conversation today, is not so much about the death penalty. It's not so much about the conditions of prison conditions in Kenya, but it is to talk a little bit about do police officers and prison officers have rights also? As you can imagine, given the work that we do on prison, prison congestion, and also on the issue of police brutality, it is a topic that I've been asked several times by police officers. Do police lives matter also? And I think those of you in the US and in the UK probably hear this as well. So a quick response would be this: the National Police Act, the National Prisons Act. There are at least 5 ways in which first is in the discharge of their duties, whether it be on the streets of Nairobi or in Committee Maximum Prison. They have the right to be safe at all times. Secondly, they have the right to fair administrative justice or fair treatment when they feel when they're undergoing disciplinary procedures. So when Amnesty, I guess, outs a police officer for I guess the use of lethal force or disproportionate and excessive force on the streets, discharge of their firearm, they have the right to representation in a court of law, and also when they come before the disciplinary procedures, which doesn't happen very often, of the internal affairs unit, they have the right to essentially treated or service nominally, legally. In reality, it is still very, particularly in the last 2 years, it has become very heavily influenced by the executive and those 3 dangerous words from above, in the English language, which is not forwarded as received, which many of you do, unfortunately, and continue to disinform your different WhatsApp groups or your different SMS groups. It is orders from above. And if there is one threat, I guess, to professional policing, it is those 3 words. But they have the right to protective gear, not just the cameras we were talking about, but really, I guess, dressed up as they go out onto the streets. And they also, once every 2 weeks, sometimes it's even weekly, a police signal. And this is it's really a text message that is sent across the police. And they call it police signal, where there is an incident report is reported, and it's reported, all the incident reports, once a week, possibly once a fortnight. they will be killed their intimate partner, and in some cases wiped out not just their intimate partner, their wife, their husband, but also their children, and then shot themselves, right? So family-cide is also a feature, unfortunately, of the lack of well-being and mental health trauma counseling for police officers. The last one that I wanted to touch on, which is the fifth one, is the right to professional development and career advancement. Major concerns around people getting stuck in the right grades, the or who gets promoted and where they get transferred to. As Amnesty International, occasionally we wring our hands when we see good police officers taken to very bad, difficult hardship areas, and are essentially able to work with communities, get transferred to the most difficult places as punishment. The most corrupt police officers get the best roundabouts, and they get the best roadblocks, and they get, so corruption is very much a part of that. So I think these would be the 5 areas that I would want. The broader issue for those of us who are not police officers, not prison warders or prison officers, is really this is not punitive, but transformative, right? Everybody who comes into contact with a prison officer or a police officer is a person in crisis, right? It's just by definition, right? And unfortunately, the training of police officers, the training of prison officers is not to see these people as persons in crisis. And the crisis will be things like, actions taken without managing their anger, driving incidents, or driving, mistakes, infractions, violence, femicide, gender-based violence. So these are people really in crisis, right? Even the perpetrators. And the question is, how does that contact with the police create the conditions for transformative, conversion of persons into crisis into responsible citizens. The issue for not an African concept historically. We now all recognize them, but they're not historically a concept. What we used to do in many African cultures would be that they would be, the person would be apprehended, there would be an alternative dispute resolution process that would be undertaken, and at worst, the person would be banished from the village. But the idea of locking them up in a space, in a confined space, is not very African historically. And I think what methods is that we've actually lost the capacity to turn those spaces into spaces that are able to produce restorative justice, right? The idea that somebody went in, let me give you an example. There is a young woman essentially with murder, I think it was murder. She stabbed her boyfriend 28 times with a huge knife, and continued until she basically ran out of energy. And both of them were drinking at the time. They had substance addiction issues, and she was just under, I think, 23 or 24. She went into Langata Women's Prison, and she was a difficult recruit for justice. Since she worked and continued to give her faith that actually her death sentence would not find her the sentence to be committed to prison for murder and to be facing the death penalty, to have the opportunity to read the Constitution for the first time. She went into that prison having never read any single legal instrument, right? So the question is, and she's now graduating, I should mention, she's now graduating with a law degree from the University of London, and she said, the reason I wanted to do this was to make sure that everybody has access to the rule of law and everybody has access to justice. So I think the last point is really how do we create how do we create restorative penal systems, correct services, rather than these punitive systems where you just throw primarily young people. So 75% of the two-thirds of them would not have had legal representation when they're in. 50% of all the people in Kenyan prisons today are on remand. They haven't even been sentenced yet. And they can stay there for up to 4 years as their cases take a long period of time. So I think, I think this is where I'd like to stop. Now, I'm not sure who's moderating in the absence of Peter. Yes, I do. Okay, let me stop there. And I hope that's fleshed out a conversation for us.
So we do have time for a couple of questions before we go to the next presentation. So okay, no, yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Ija. I'm from the UK, live in Nottingham. My question was meant to be like for example, stop and search in UK. Generally, maybe you might be able to answer Lee was that. But in the case of the police stop you on the traffic driving, with the footage of the body camera, I don't know whether are you allowed to give them the consent to record when they stop you or not? That was my question. Yeah.
Do a Kenyan version. So the SUS law, okay, I was there for 11 years, so I was familiar with stop and search. I actually got stopped and searched for marijuana. There was nothing there, but it was very, I think it's still a very discriminative system. It profiles particular communities, particularly communities of color. I have no idea what the legal framework is in terms of consent to film, but in the Kenyan context, one of the things that's becoming rapidly popular among many people is dash cameras. And we have one on our vehicle, for example. And it has been really useful in terms of having those conversations, because you can simply say, here is the speed I was doing, this is the route that I took, and I'm happy to go to court. The problem here is, and I don't know if it's the case in the UK, is that primarily those actions are not necessarily discriminatory in the sense that they want to punish a particular identity, but it's more to do with corruption. And extortion.
Any other questions? If not, I have a question. So I'm going to ask a question. There's a strategy that I've been using in the United States that has been using the system kind of against the system. And so we've been asking municipalities to require all police officers to get private insurance so that people can, if they have enough complaints in the private insurance company, acts and says that you're not insurable, and so now you can't be a police anymore. And so question about that strategy of kind of using the system, the capitalistic system, against the officers.
I think it's a great suggestion. What we've noticed in the last 3 years is that one of the points of I guess support for the police officers when they are brought before a court of law because they have been found guilty or they have been suspected of carrying out human rights violations is the savings and credit union of the police are actually paying for the lawyers, right? Which means that they can get top-notch lawyers to essentially do everything both lawfully and unlawfully to make sure that that case never comes to a point of plea taking. When the pleas are taken, that the hearings are postponed for years. And then, of course, in the background, witnesses are threatened, crime scene evidence is destroyed, and so on. So that's the cycle. But your comment makes me think that perhaps we could look at the issue of insurance a bit more closely. But I think perhaps we can also look at the savings and credit union, because I think that's, like in the US, I think that's the backbone of racist police officers' confidence is that the union will have their back, you know. So I think breaking that, support would be important.
Thank you, Rungu. Thank you. So I think what we're going to do is start the last workshop. Could I thank Rungu for going straight in and carrying that through? And again, any recommendations or conclusions, if we can put those in the write-up for the workshop. So we have at the end of the conference a history not only just of the dialogue, but we've got of constructive comments to make which are either applicable nationally or internationally. Thank you. Can I move to the second workshop? And we're going to try and finish on time at 1 o'clock. So it's 25 minutes, and I'm going to try and keep that, get us back on timing, which is will help later on in the day. Judicial independence. I won't really go on very much about this because I was a judge, retired, sued the UK government, but actually that's a very that's a very small story compared to what judges face across the diaspora and in the continent. Very, very small. And we've actually engaged with an expert who's a judge from the Supreme Court of Kenya. So apparently that's currently uploading. He wasn't able to be physically present, but he shared a short video. So whilst that's being uploaded, I'll just start. I'll only speak for 5 minutes, and I'll throw it open to questions from the floor. And then we'll come back to hear from Justice Lanola and his expert views on that. Independence, impartiality. That was, in the UK context, basically don't be yourself. Don't be black. I mean, that's essentially, it was about control. So judges, if they're white, male, middle class, can have all the independence and impartiality they like. But if we say something, there's a problem. And the diaspora is only one part of the issue. But for me, my first test as a judge was I was sitting as an immigration judge, and I knew my history. So I thought, what does impartiality mean? What does independence mean? It means you leave me alone to do my job. And when my white colleagues are people, I'm like, well, what's impartial about that? So you ask Trump about the US Supreme Court and about impartiality and independence, who was he was invited, his great uncle, who was 84 years old, who was Nepalese, lived in a village, wanted to visit him in the UK for 4 weeks, and this great uncle had fought at Tobruk with the British. And if it hadn't been for people like the Gurkhas fighting for the British at various times, there would be no British. And so I allowed the appeal. Can't he come to visit? And I remember, for once, on the facts of the case, it was an uphill struggle. You know, do you have provenance? Do you have a bank account? Do you have this? And really, I don't care. I don't care. Why can a man come to visit his nephew in the United Kingdom, given his contribution to the British Empire, and these white folks come to visit and they don't even have to ask permission, they're just there. And it was overturned on appeal. Of course it would be, because for whatever reason they weren't having that. The Home Office spent all their money into appeal, and I kept on doing it. And one of the things I did to assert my impartiality and independence was there were people from all over the continent who had come to the United Kingdom as a visitor, found out they had HIV/AIDS, and could not go home. But the law of Kay and others was so strict, you had to be virtually within a week of dying before the British would allow you to stay. So, you know, I'm not having this. So I allowed every single one. And some were overturned. After a while, the Home Office gave up, because my decisions were like 30 pages long. I quoted everything and their mother, because I did not want it on my conscience that my people would have to suffer without antiretroviral drugs if they were forced to go home, where the drugs were either unavailable or fantastically expensive. So that impartiality was doing what I felt was right, what I felt was just. The judges who rule against the status quo in Kenya receive phone calls. They receive threats. They are intimidated to make a decision which accords with the ruling party or president or whatever, all across the continent. And it is something whereby if they do make a decision which goes against the grain, Runga will know and others will know, in Uganda the same, they face personal danger to them and their families. Now that's a whole new level of independence and integrity. One of the securities of the system over there, the system allowed me to sue. And that was a system that I didn't build. It was built by others long before I got there. Rudin Rai and Sigbert Kadri, the whole range of black activists, African and Asian activists, who for 200, 300 years had made sure that I had a basis to sue the UK government. It wasn't me. I was just the person who benefited from that independence and impartiality. And finally, closing remark is this. It was a young black woman whose son was imprisoned for burglary to 18 months imprisonment who challenged me to become a judge in the first place. And her challenge was, what are you going to do about it? And I'm like, what do you mean what I'm going to do about it? I've mitigated, I've done my best, I've just been to see your son in custody. And she said, no, 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 when are you going to get up there and do something for us? I was like, shit. And there was, at the time, 1984, there was not one judge of African or Asian descent who was full-time. Not one. Not one. Magistrates and da-da, but not. That is concerned, it was a challenge which I think all of us have to do, is the challenge to action. Sometimes you have a woman coming to the UK applying and appealing to see her 16-year-old son in the UK. I'm like, you people, I'm sorry, why am I doing you anything? You racist MF da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Why? And I can type you all I like, but actually in doing so, I'm falling into the trap that you yourself have created. I'm not going to go to that level. So I had to face my own prejudice, if you like, and I was biased against this woman and her whole kind from the get-go, because our rights had been trammeled, abused, tortured, murdered, etc. by her and her people. And there's this woman coming to the UK asking for contact with her son. So I paused. I allowed the appeal. And of course the Home Office don't overturn that one. They're cool with that one. But so there are all sorts of tests you get as a judge about your independence and impartiality. And I don't say you get it right. And in fact, sometimes the check and the balance is, when you retire, you say, would this sentence be any different about bail if the person in front of me was rich or poor, black or white, male or female, young or old? Would it make any difference? And if you ask yourself that question, it means you've checked your own impartiality. You can't always say, yes, by the way, it would have been okay. You've got to do it with a real commitment to justice. And so there's some of the small anecdotes to illustrate what judicial independence can mean. Have we managed to load the video? You're working on it. Okay, I hope Justice Lerner, if he can't, we'll hopefully have, because I say, he is one of the people who've had these phone calls, had this pressure, and not less withstood. So can I throw it open to questions from the front?
Hello, testing, thank you. I thought I'll just listen to what you guys are saying, and I think there's a lot of hunger and desire for particularly the next generation as well coming up to also create and to, you know, lead some sort of change in society, particularly what we see. And what I really want to learn from all of you, can you recall the first but can you recall the first time that you guys did something courageous with yourself that gave you the bravery to spark some sort of change within your own communities, as the first question? And the second question is, what do you think that firstly allowed you to do to be able to then go on and do the work that you're doing now?
Thank you for that question. I was born with a stutter, and it was so gross that I needed to hold on to somebody, literally physically molest them to get out a word. So I wasn't really very friendly to my peers on the football field, and I was pathetic in class. I couldn't participate with them unless the educator was aware that I had...
Can you hold the mic closer?
I had much speech impairment. I don't know how it went, but I remember exactly how it did. I was told later on that my primary school teachers observed that I had, in my silence, I had a facility to reason deeply beyond ordinary kids. I was basically weird, I think. So they made this decision, which they revealed to me much later when I returned after in Kenya you call it Form 4. Oh, so I returned as with braggadocio, thinking. Then they said, actually, Isaac, all that panache and everything, we did an experiment on you. We brought our pedagogical, jiu-jitsu on you. We sat sometime and we said, we're going to make an experiment with this kid. So apparently I was now told that, you know why you think you're so argumentative and you're going to law school? We determined that when you were 9. We said he should never be physically molested. He should be asked to argue the case. He should be confronted with an accusation and told to confront it. An accusation has been made against you by so and so. What do you have to say, Stanley? So I found myself in battle with authority. The only history I have of my childhood experience is I confront authority. It's because those who had authority over me offered themselves for accountability. Confront us. Convince us. We are not convinced. So they wanted to improve my speech capacity. They wanted my mouth to catch up with my brain. My brain was always faster than my other, body, morphology and everything. And when I improved, they made me debate director. I'm in charge. And I was actually a timekeeper because I didn't really have the speech things and stuff like that. So I was in charge of putting together everything. Quiz, people write the questions. So they made me responsible for setting the table. So I could feel proud that this massive speech activity in which others showcase what they have, I wasn't left out. I set the table. I knew the questions in advance. I was there with the teachers setting it and planning it. I had power over my peers. I knew a thing. I know how power works. I realized that this is what I'm doing. And so people see me now and say, he's so courageous. He can. But that is something somebody did for me. Isaac, you will be given a license to challenge power for as long as we are alive, because we want you to be a leader and an example and a fine article of our teaching experience. I was humbled to learn that a person in authority has great influence. And I'm not in for social justice. It's because I was made aware that we gave you a chance. So I feel this huge date to give others a chance to be the, to fall on the sword for them, jump out of planes and do that kind of thing. That's my personal story.
Rongo.
I'll keep mine short. I am a bit sensitive to the fact that there are a lot of men talking. So just to make that point. And also somehow we've ended up on a manual here. And that wasn't in the program, we've broken that rule. So quick one. Fierce Faith is like 6 men wrapped in, Fierce Faith is 6 men wrapped in one. But I guess I don't know if people have heard Muhammad Ali's red bike moment. Just by show of hands? The moment, Muhammad Ali, the boxer. Just for those of you who are Gen Z and like, who's that? Okay. So greatest heavyweight champion, icon, civil rights activist, etc. When he was a kid, somebody stole his red bike. He was furious. He walks into a police station in Kentucky. Is it, say, Louis? So Louisville. Louisville, okay. For the Americans, Louisville. For the rest of us, Louisville. Walks into a police station and says, I'm going to kick some anatomy of the person who stole my bike. And the white police officer says to him, you look so puny, I don't think you could kick anybody's anatomy properly. And they start talking, and it is the white police officer that suggests that he takes up boxing lessons. And he goes and takes up boxing lessons. And now the rest of the story you know, right? The red bike moment is such an important story for every living human being, right? Because if you think of all the leaders that you can imagine all the leaders, there will be a red bike moment, you know, whether it's Rosa Parks, Dedan Kimathi, Winnie Mandela, and so on. And that's one thing. My red bike moment, one of the many, was I was 14 years of age. I was studying in the UK. I was in a primary school, secondary school in northwest London as this young Kenyan, soon to become black, soon to become diaspora. I'll go back to the story of the SAS. I was stopped on the streets of, I guess it was Willesden Green. And I was walking with a friend who was white, Irish, half my height, and we were both stopped. And when we got back together, we realized that actually they had asked my friend no single question about him. Every question they asked him was about me, right? I was frisked. I was asked several questions. They took notes. They got my, my home address. It was a full, fledged thing. Fortunately, I was released. I got so angry with that event that I actually began to look at racism in the 1980s in London, early 80s. And I discovered that 67% of black children never got beyond O levels, right, at that time. And I got more concerned about this. And what that led me to was the idea that actually, I guess now we'd call it human rights education, but anti-racist education was absolutely an imperative. And as a 14-year-old boy, I fought for the right to have a newspaper in the school that just dealt with race relations and anti-racism. And at the time, it was considered to be such a weird thing for a school to have an anti-racist newsletter. Of course, now I'm sure there's like every school has 6 of them, right? Or should have. So my advice, always to everybody and to myself is, it is not in the moments of certainty, it's not in the moments of comfort that memories are created. Nobody remembers how many times they brush their teeth, to date. What we remember is those moments of uncertainty where we put ourselves out there for something that matters to us. And actually, that's what memories are made of, right? Now, what if we consciously created memories or moments that create memories? Or rather, let me say, what if we created moments that we know will create memories several years from now, today? And more interestingly, what if we created those moments for the others around us? Right? So that we could shake out the complacency. We could shake out the, I guess, the disconnection that most people have from the things that are happening around them, including the things that are happening to them. Right? Because we normalize things that should not be normalized.
Can I ask Yvonne Brown to join us, because we are essential that we have D-man this panel. And me, I'm going to come out as well. So, Yvonne, please join us for the last few minutes. And thank you.
I would very much share. Good afternoon. I would very much like to share an experience, which even as I think about it, kind of brings shivers. The first time you were brave, I think that was. So in my early career, I was a family and was an unusual case. So a woman came to me, a white woman, who came to me and told me that she no longer wished to give evidence against her ex-black partner who had been charged with kidnapping her. He'd kept her wherever he'd kept her. So, took my instructions, then, you know, the government would pay you to do this little legal work. So I write to the relevant police station and say, so-and-so no longer wishes to proceed. So the outcome is that I am then required to attend the Central Criminal Court to explain why this woman no longer wishes to proceed with the charge against her ex-boyfriend. I've never heard that before. I've never come across it before. I was a civil solicitor, so being in the criminal court and being black wasn't an experience that I was used to. But in fact, I'd never told my then employers. I just got myself together and I went to the Central Criminal Court to answer to a judge in the criminal court as to why, to confirm that this woman, why this client, she wasn't there. They were seeking to intimidate me. They were seeking to cause me to be afraid, to perhaps persuade her to continue. So that experience was a frightening experience because I'd not been there. I didn't know what could happen. Of course, I was a qualified lawyer, a civil lawyer, but it just said to me, face your fears. What I was doing was right. I had no interest in this ex-partner, but this woman had given me instructions that she, for whatever reason she had, maybe she'd made it up. We know people make things up, or maybe she hadn't. Maybe she felt she just wanted to leave that situation. I have no reason why. But my instructions were she no longer wished to proceed, and as a result of pursuing her instructions, I was then made to appear to be a criminal. Because why was I going into the dock or standing up in court? I can't remember whether they put me in the dock or they had me on counsel's row. I probably think I was asked to go, not in the dock as such, but to give evidence. So that was a frightening experience, but I came through it, and I've done a number of other things subsequently. So I think that was quite helpful, but it is about facing those fears and just doing what you believe is right in any given situation. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to take, is it ready or? Okay, we're still waiting, I think, for it's just a very small video clip from Justice Leone, but we'll do our best to play that and then we'll break for lunch. So any other very, very quick comments or contributions in the last couple of few minutes? Right at the back, Issa, and then the sister here. Do you want to take that first? And then and I'll come to you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. Actually, I do have a question, and my question is, because we gathered here to talk about fighting for human rights and our justice, yes. So I speak from experience, and I would like to ask, okay, I don't know about other countries, but in Uganda, we do face a significant issue of toxic activism. So as you're busy trying to speak up against issues affecting poor governance like corruption, police brutality, or any other issue, and probably you come up with a cause that probably picks up and gets audience, then suddenly we have these other prominent activists and civil rights organizations who suddenly just want to jump on the cause after it has picked up, and then they want to take credit, but they do it in a ruthless way whereby they can tarnish someone's reputation and image. So, as an experienced social justice activist, what advice would you give to an activist who has been like a victim and they've decided to give up on activism because of the toxicity in the in the activism space. Yes. Cynthia Nakatu.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Khalid Issa. I practice in Kenya. I am an advocate as well as a lecturer. So just two very quick comments. One is on the presentation by Mr. Houghton. I think a quick comment is one of the problems with the police force, in my opinion, is that it's not humanized enough. And I think we need the police to attend continuous professional development, just like advocates do, where they get to be trained regularly and where their performance is checked regularly. It's just an opinion. It may be difficult to do, but just as an opinion. Now, very quickly onto the question of independence. Very recently, one of my friends became a judge of the High Court, and he's been very integral in giving pro-people but anti-government rulings and judgments. Now, on the 27th of November, just this past month, he gives a conservatory order stopping the airport purchase. There's been a big discussion in Kenya about an Indian consortium taking over the airport. He gave conservatory orders stopping that. That's 27th of November. And just this weekend, he's called to Kisumu and sat down and intimidated horribly. I know this because this is someone I'm close with. So how do you actually then implement independence, and what can we do as people? How can we counter some officers who are actually performing their role well? Are there counter petitions we can file? Is there legislation we can rely on, locally or internationally? Because we've seen in Uganda, some Pan-African lawyers have gone to support the Besigye situation from Kenya and other jurisdictions. So looking at it from a perspective of what can we do for judicial officers who are doing their role but face constant harassment and intimidation? Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne, Isaac, do you want to pick up those two questions? I think we're going to have to... yeah. Go on, Janae. Yeah, very quickly. Sorry, very quickly. It's what happens when you know people. You get intimidated.
My name is Junaid. I'm a lawyer from Somalia. Just a curiosity, in relation to the continent, we used to look up to the West for police practices and accountabilities, human rights, prison system, and judicial independence. Since now we know the West has lost the plot in relation to all these three categories, is it time for the continent of Africa to reset the whole system and come up with its own solutions? Thank you.
To the was the take the get the. I've been aware of that. I've been active as a lawyer for many years and have set up organizations. I think if you're doing something good and the other person or other people didn't have the creativity or to challenge the system, but they've seen that you have done it and they're getting on, not a bandwagon, but they want to take some credit. I just think you have to think, well, what do they say? There's a word, not copying is the best form of something or the flattery, exactly. And so what, unless it's something negative to do with an activist, it's got to come from somewhere pretty deep. It's not can't be superficial. So I wouldn't particularly become perturbed at such situations, because if you're genuine about what you want to do, you will have longevity, you will persist, and in all battles and fights, people will come at it from different angles, and hopefully those that you want to benefit will benefit some way or other. So that would be my contribution there. So let me hand the microphone.
Thank you very much. I liked what you said about it comes with the territory. And I think, Cynthia, you are now much wiser, stronger, and a more resilient activist because of that introspection. Then you'd have the longevity beyond there. These predators, I guess, beyond there. These predators, I guess. My only contribution additionally is to say that I learned just last 2 weeks while I was having sick leave in the company of my younger brother, who is now very, very impressed with me now because I'm president. He's everybody. They he said, the battles you people have that we watch online, they require a lot of mental strength, and you stand out for being elite, for being apex, an apex beast in having this mental strength. They don't really get your mental strength. Because now I was weak, I was sick, I was kind of saying, when you come from this situation, just remember, ultimately your best weapon out there is mental strength. Man, you can take all sorts of things thrown at you, and you can dish it as well. You know? So the thing you're saying is that, man, to some people you dish it out till they collapse. They never return. We see this. You are brutal. And so that's why people unite and create all these threats and counter agencies against radical. So listening to you and your experience from the aspect of we are more experienced than you, I guess, that's what we can tell you. They will keep coming for the mental unit, and you must safeguard that. So how can you do that? You have to read Iqra, the Islamic wisdom. Read. Nothing is new under the sun. Right? There's so much wisdom in books, you know. My favorite was something in Ecclesiasticus. There's a time for everything, something. There's been, you know, all this. There's a season. This season of war. Within communities, within families, there's struggle. So you have to read and see how others have gone through this, how states go through this. It's conflict. You have to. So activism is self-inflicted pain.
I was just going to respond to this gentleman's, or not? As a family lawyer, litigious, you know, so a family couldn't look after their children, so the state goes in and there's a big battle. One of the things that happened was that they looked at the New Zealand model of resolving conflict, where everybody goes around a table and proposes outcomes to look for the child. So I would say yes, culturally, I can't think of any now, but yes, we have to reset it to say what worked for us, you know, and to say their so-called standards are not high standards. Very often they're bankrupt, corrupt. There is no sound basis. So yeah, I think we need to do that. I agree.
Thank you. Can I thank the panel, Yvonne, Isaac, Irungu, and you as well, the audience. Can I say we're only 12 minutes over time, so congratulations, Peter. And can we break for lunch? But can we be back here to start dead on 2 o'clock? Because from 2 to 2:15, we have a special session by Ray Phillips, Art is Resistance. So please do not miss that. Be back in your seats 2 o'clock. Presentation, Art is Resistance. We still have a Justice of the Supreme Court of Kenya, but we'll play that at some point later. We won't lose that because it's a very great words of wisdom. Thank you again. Enjoy your lunch and be back here sharp 2 o'clock. Thank you.
going to do a presentation. As we talk about, we'll talk about in a few, I think tomorrow and the coming days, about restitution of art. We need to understand why. Why are we bringing art back? What is the power of art and artists, and how we're bringing it back? So she actually will have some of her artwork here for you all to see. So these are some original productions for you all to look at, not to touch. Look with your eyes, not with your hands. But as she's putting that up, she's going to come up and talk about art as a means of resistance, art as a means of making a political statement, because, you know, as we know, art is something that's all around us at all times. So as you make your way up, think about some of your, whether it be Banksy or different works of art that you might have seen that is a sign, or what we might call graffiti.
Recording in progress.
As a form of resistance, as a form of expression. But I'm not the expert on it. We have a presentation that'll really talk more about it. So without further ado, we'll bring up Miss Ray Phillips. Let's give her a hand.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? We are all set up and ready to go. So welcome to my presentation, which is called Picturing Power. Let me just start my timer so I respect the time. Okay, so welcome to my presentation called Picturing Power. So we are now transitioning from thinking about legality mostly to thinking about the return of artifacts as a way of fostering a sense of agency and cultural sovereignty, as well as contemporary art as a tool for reclaiming narrative sovereignty, which is where I'm going to focus. So I'm excited to be here. Special thanks to Ade and Judge Herbert for having me and making it possible for me to share my work with you. I am going to refer to a new body of work, which is about power and politics. It'll be just here, so you can take a look afterwards with your eyes. So my name is Ray Phillips. I am an artist and doctoral researcher from Atlanta, Georgia, currently based in London. I do wear many hats, but I'm here as in my capacity as an artist and a PhD student pursuing a PhD in politics. Please pray for me. Things were not as crazy as they were when I started. So my expertise is looking at Chinese foreign policy in Africa and specifically Kenya and the visual politics of that relationship. I care very much about art separately and politics separately, but it's the intersection of the two that really fascinates me the most. Because I feel that politics on its own only gets us so far, and I think that art can provide a unique, more multidimensional way to interpret and think about and conceptualize and navigate, negotiate Pan-African political realities. And I think that is in the tradition of innovation, which is very much a Pan-Africanist principle. So, to that point,
Art in and of itself, according to W.B. Du Bois, in his speech delivered at the annual, I'll give them a second, the annual NAACP conference in 1926, he talks about this, and he says, you know, if art doesn't meet the urgent needs of African descended peoples and it doesn't address our challenges, what are we really doing? So there's this great quote I love. I just highlighted the part in green. He says, the point is, will it be an art, talking about the art that is produced by black folk, will it be an art that merely satisfies the aesthetic craving of an art-hungering people, or will it be art that is a means to an end? Will it be an art that consciously makes the world better and richer and fuller and freer than it is today? So yeah, a PhD is pretty straightforward, I think, but I think art is a bit more complex. So I'd like to introduce you to my practice today very briefly. I've been practicing as an artist for nearly 20 years. Man, time has flown. My practice spans 4 disciplines: performance, painting, sculpture, and collage. There are 4 key themes, I would say, if I were to reduce it down, that I really mostly focus on. The main one I want to talk about today is material culture of the African diaspora. Think different cultural artifacts like trade beads, also known as slave beads. Think about like African mask. And so what I've tried to do is interrogate African history and socio-political realities through various art forms. 2 examples here. The first is Black Gold. That is a collection of ceramic African-inspired masks that considers the little-known colonial histories of the Dutch in the 16th century. So this mask is about Luango, Angola, and there's a whole sugar plantation history with Brazil and Bahia. And then I wrote a creative nonfiction novel that follows the migration journeys of 3 African women migrating, relocating to southern China. Ask me about that later. That is a bit of a spicy story. So there's really one key concept I want to leave here with you today for your consideration. And that's that incorporating creative practice into the ways that we think about Pan-African politics can really push the traditional boundaries of knowledge production as we know it. In other words, we can reimagine deeper conversations about the future of the continent and the future of African descended peoples in the Americas, Middle East, etc. So, not to get too academic, but what can art do? And why should you care? Why should you even care about this in the context of Pan-Africanism? Got a whole slew of reasons here, but the main one that I really want to lift up and highlight is the one in green, that it can help us deconstruct the colonial and imperialist histories, framing the parameters of what counts as knowledge, who is considered knowledgeable, and how the knowledge circulates. So today I want to talk to you about my collage practice. I've told you my practice has evolved since 2006, and that's where I'm sitting right now with collage. So I'm in a PhD program. I'm doing doctoral research. I've been living in Kenya most of the year, working on that. I chose collage to think about power and politics in Kenya as part of this research. People ask me, why did you choose Kenya? I could have chosen one of 53 countries. I'm not counting Eswatini, ask me later. It's exemplary of, when we talk about China-Africa relations, it's happening in every single country, except for Eswatini. There's Taiwan politics there. So I want to spend the next few minutes explaining the bigger themes that come from this field work and from my collage work. And I want to lift up and be clear that there are certain themes guiding this work, big themes, and the themes are not ones that I decided. They're the ones that my interlocutors, the people I interviewed, decided. That they lifted up for me and pointed to, hey, this is what really the issue is around power and politics in Kenya. Things like greed, things like kitu kidogo, things like political friendship or even frenemyship with external actors like China, and generally the populist the populist truth. So think the Kenyan informed public, what the everyday citizen thinks. That's what I cared about. So I'm gonna take a few minutes and explain my creative process. That is very key. I would love to skip right to the art, but the process is very key because I wanna be clear about how art can serve as a powerful medium for exploring, critiquing, negotiating complex Pan-African political ideas. And to be clear too, I executed this work in 3 days, but I thought about it, I analyzed it, I did research everything for 2 years. So let me explain the process a tidbit. I'm gonna read a short excerpt of a paper I wrote for this and another conference. I wanna give a more personal touch to, a more personal narrative touch to my process. So, in recent studio experiments with conceptual themes emerging from fieldwork, collage has shown immense potential. It allows me to layer locally sourced materials and vintage photographs to challenge conventional historical and social constructs in Kenyan society. My work interrogates power asymmetries across different time and relational contexts with a focus on the evolution of China-Kenya relations over the years. Navigating arts-based research, which is, using collage to think about politics, navigating this during field work was very challenging. The first few months, I really struggled to find my footing, to be very transparent with you all. It wasn't easy. I cannot recall exactly how I decided on collage because I've been a sculptor since 2018 very squarely. But I had some challenges in my field work, some frustration, some difficulty finding the resources to be able to continue doing my sculpture work. I was also very open to new ways of creating and communicating. Du Bois talks about the means to an end, communicating these ends. And so my first month in Nairobi, which was March, I began looking for found objects for the collage work. The only criteria, 2 criteria, was that it was paper and it was old. So I'm looking for anything paper and anything old in Nairobi. So I didn't necessarily know where to look for these materials. I looked everywhere and nowhere in particular. One day I stumbled upon a place called Westlands Market. Anybody from Nairobi or live in Nairobi? Has anybody ever passed this market? Exactly. Anybody ever been in? Okay, people have been in. So I passed it because I go to Quick Mart, Westland Square. I passed it, and one day I decided to go inside because to me it looked the part. I mean, I felt like I could find something in here. The inside of the building was nothing like what I expected, to be fair. It was ordered chaos, I feel. No shade because my studio was ordered chaos. Sometimes my room is ordered chaos. That's just what it was. There were so many stalls selling everything from everywhere. Calera and spirulina from the Swahili coast, which I got some. It was very good. And weaves and braiding hair sourced from, you guessed it, China. I asked around to a whole bunch of folks, did they know of anything old or anything paper that I could find in Westlands Market? Eventually, I found this antique shop run by this guy called Richard. And it was on the 3rd floor next to these floor-to-ceiling windows close to the Westlands Square side. And his shop had so many old objects. He had antique wooden medicine bags from Kenyan upcountry. He had wooden West African headdress and even Congolese masks that were quite old. So I remember asking Richard if he was selling anything old and anything made of paper. And his response still sticks with me to this day. He said, "We have no old paper objects. Everything has been burned." I'm still processing that statement. So eventually I found this guy called Aaron Blackbeard. So he is a vintage photography enthusiast from Kitengela. But to be honest, he was much more than a vintage photography enthusiast, I found out. He was the nephew of a woman who inherited a colonial photography practice from this guy. This is Arthur Fearman, who's born in 1912 in London. He moved to Kenya from England with his wife, Kathleen, and their 2 small children, 2 small girls. as a photographer documenting the British expansion into Eastern Africa. So, he mostly worked on the Big Five in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. He captured several candids of local folks, and his work spanned the 30s to about the 80s. Sorry, can you close the door, please? Can you close the door? Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit easily distracted. So his work represented Kenya's mid-20th century history, but also the associated colonial gaze, which I found simultaneously beautiful and very complicated. But for me, it embodied all the aspects I've been searching for. It's paper, and it's very old. So it pushed the bounds of my budget, to be honest, because these are collector's items, if you will. But I decided to seize this opportunity because Westland's Market wasn't giving me, what I really needed, and acquire some of the photographs. And that's Aaron and photographs in the market bargain box. Okay, so now for the artwork, I'm going to spend about 10 minutes here, my last 10 minutes. So this artwork, this collection, which is also on the table for your viewing pleasure after, it's a body of work exploring power and politics in Kenya. It started, and to be clear, I'm in conversation with this gentleman, Arthur Fearman, across time and space, because I'm integrating his gaze, his practice, and kind of the gaze of that period into how I'm seeing things in Kenya today. My goal for this body of work was to focus on China because I'm concerned about China and Kenya's relationship, to be frank. And that's how it started, but it expanded to a 360 view of power in Kenya. And I also want to be transparent that this was developed 6 months ago when everything happened with the revolution. So to be fair, it's based on my learnings from interviewing 50 folks over 7 months, but it's also a time-based, a period piece, if you will. So the first piece is called The Wind That Blows to Nairobi Misses You. The photograph of Arthur Fearman in the foreground that he created was called A Boy Running in a Village, and those are huts. In the background, you have a highly saturated image, naturally saturated, that's how it is in real life, of a recently constructed gate in Chinatown, China City. They're right next to each other. I always confuse them. You also have this sign that I actually photographed inside of Chinatown that says, "The wind that blows to Nairobi misses you." I'm still sitting with that as well. Interesting choice of words. So I want to tell you the themes that are reflected in this work in terms of power and politics. I was thinking about the cost of development, the cost of modernity. I was thinking about, in that relationship with China, dependency theory, to be honest. I was thinking about saturation. It's a double play, right? So it's the hypersaturation of the color, but it's how saturated Nairobi is with Chinese folk. Love Chinese folks, lived in China for many years. I speak fluent Mandarin, but it is so shocking to me, the saturation and just the influx. I was also thinking about depth trap diplomacy. Did anybody take the SGR here? The standard gauge railway? Okay, so everybody flew? Okay, you took it. We'll talk afterwards because it's a lot of debt concerning that, which brings in the issue of sovereignty. Next one. This piece is called We Refuse to Forget. So I was thinking about, we want to talk about power asymmetries. There's a power asymmetry here. There's a power asymmetry here. I want to just say again, this was created in the winter, in June, when things were more intense. So consider the context. Now I'm thinking about the power asymmetry that's vertical between the state and the citizens. Y'all know the hashtags. Do we know the hashtags? The hashtag Reject the Finance Bill 2024. We can talk about it in Q&A, but I was thinking about the agency of the Kenyan informed public, or maybe the feelings of lack of agency that some folks expressed to me. So basically, this is an image of the law courts, which represents the kind of state as an institution. And the three individuals in the boat represents, for me, like the everyday Kenyan. So there's that distance between them. There's that feeling of disconnection and alienation, the feeling of broken promises, and to be honest, the fiscal and political irresponsibility that 50 people kept talking to me about, so I had to reflect it. I want to give a note on the materials here. We've got the vintage photographs that Arthur created and I'm in conversation with from the 1930s. And also this mat is from the 1930s where some other photograph originally was. So I just want to show with materials that this is a long-standing conversation since independence, to be quite fair. I'm going to show two pieces here called The Exotic 1 and 2. In this piece and the following piece, I was reflecting on the interviews I had with 3 Chinese folks living in Nairobi, all entrepreneurs in their own right. And I asked them, why did you move to Africa? Like, why, what do you like about Kenya? You know, what is it about Kenya that's making you want to stay here? And I personally felt, as I interpreted what they told me, the answers kind of were disturbing in my opinion. They talked about just the animals, the big 5. And one of them, who is kind of a friend, but I need to break it down for him, talked about how he brings some Chinese folks, he has like a tour company, he brings them here, and they do slum tours in Kibera, where they just go and get out and take pictures, which I find deeply problematic. So there's this issue around exoticism, stereotyping, the other. There's more on the continent than just animals, please. And there's an issue of a gaze here too. It's a Chinese gaze. I want to talk a note on materiality. I brought in this red organza. I love organza. But it symbolizes that gaze, because as I learned living in China and study the culture, red is a very important color in Chinese culture, so I wanted to bring that element into these 2 works. Second to last one, check my time, okay, good. It's called It's Complicated. I will tell you why. So in this piece, I'm reflecting on the colonial gaze and the afterlives of colonialism. This image, I don't often share this, but this image of the gentleman there is actually, that's actually Arthur Fearman. And you have 3 young indigenous black Kenyan boys facing Mount Kenya. And he's engaging with him in the way that he's engaging with them, which for me visualizes a bit of colonial paternalism. This idea of like civilizing or caring for Kenyans in a way that creates some discomfort, I think. At least I learned from my interviews. I'm thinking about power and control. I'm thinking about dehumanization that occurred in the mid-20th century. I'm thinking about the intergenerational trauma, which we know from scientific articles gets coded in our DNAs. Anybody ever heard about that? It's a real thing. We gotta work on that. I also want to acknowledge the title, because in some of my interviews, some folks told me that they don't necessarily feel colonialism is a bad thing, that it brought good things, it brought the postal system, it brought education, it brought roads, it brought buildings. So again, in honoring the many feelings of the interviewees, I did the title like that. Last one. It's called Bittersweet. Does anybody heard of Fort Jesus? Anybody heard of Fort Jesus? Yeah? It's here in Mombasa, so you could check it out. Oh, Fort Jesus? Fort Jesus, okay. In Portuguese, it's Fort Jesus. And they're the ones that built it. So I was reflecting. So sorry, I'm just so easily distracted. I was reflecting on the many historical migration patterns that we've seen throughout Kenya's history as a way of thinking future forward about the implications potentially of a heavily saturated Chinese presence in Kenya. So maybe we have to talk about this piece afterwards because it talks about cultural implications. So I just wanted to list for you all the migration patterns and the afterlives that I personally felt living in Kenya. 1200s onward, we have the Omani Arab traders who were on the Swahili coast. Swahili is like 40 to 60% Arabic, by the way, I learned. The 1400s, we have the Ming Dynasty folks came from China, Admiral Zheng He, and was in Malindi and Lamu and this island called Pate off the coast of Lamu, which they often, I'll leave that. In the 1500s, the Portuguese traders that built the fort were here for 200 years. Traders that came with Vasco da Gama. In the 1800s, we had British colonization, also German missionaries that came, and they brought with them, not soon after, Indian indentured laborers to build the Ugandan railway, construct that. Has anybody heard of like the man-eater zone? You probably passed it on the SGR, didn't you? We'll talk about that next time. And lastly, and I'm just going to conclude here and give some space for questions, about 6 minutes for questions. Modern economic migrations from really the 2000s heavily onwards that we see. And yeah, so that includes Chinese workers, entrepreneurs, and a host of other folks. So, thank you very much, and I'd love to give about 6 minutes for questions, if anybody has questions. Do we have time? Oh, the panel, okay, got you. Thanks, folks.
So I was saying that sharing artwork is a very vulnerable thing to artwork in whatever form. So thank you again, Ray. She'll be a part of a later panel, so hold your questions for that point. We're going to move on to our next item on the agenda that you'll see in your books. I think that one doesn't work. Yeah.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. You're looking a little tired because you've eaten. I'm feeling tired because I've had 1 hour sleep in 24 hours. If you want to know, really want to know how it took me 24 hours to get from Tanzania to Mombasa, I'll tell you afterwards. What? Now, well, on the international agenda, restitution is gaining its both academically, but also importantly, emotionally, for us as people in the diaspora. And for me, it's a bit of a strange concept. I've been a criminal defense lawyer for over 40 years. It's a bit of a strange concept that I have to negotiate with the thief for the return of my property. I mean, it is offensive as much as it sounds in its absurdity. I mean, I would love, over the years of my career, to have been able to sit down with the owner of a Rolls Royce that my client stolen and say, yeah, can you prove to me why you should give it back? It's absurd. And that's why I say emotionally, for people who hear about the issue of restitution, this is becoming emotionally very impacting and very upsetting. Now, I know that we have some experts online, and perhaps we could go to them to get them to introduce themselves, because I'm not sure which contributors are with us. If you can hear me and you're online contributing to this session, could I ask you to introduce yourselves, please?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I'm here. I'm Laura van Broekhoven, and I'm the director of the Pitt Rivers Museum. I don't know if you can hear us.
We can hear you very clearly. Thank you very much indeed. Next contributor, please.
Can I take? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly, yeah.
Okay, hello. My name is Aisha Adamwaugi, the Director General, Center for Black and African Arts and Civilization in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and the next person, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Moturi. I am a senior marketing officer at the National Museums of Kenya.
Right, the sound's a bit compromised. Can you try again for us, please? Not your fault, it's our 21st century equipment.
My name is Evelyn Moturi from National Museums of Kenya in the marketing department.
Thank you very much. Are there any other contributors online?
Yes, I'm here. My name is George Abungu. I'm Emeritus Director General, National Museums of Kenya, and currently Honorary Professor at Australian National University.
Thank you very much indeed. Any others? No? Good. I wonder if we could...
Yes, I saw Sam here also earlier, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut across you. Can you just repeat that? Thank you.
I saw Samuel Nangiria here also earlier. At least yeah, he's on the iPhone. Maybe Sam, you can...
Yes, hello, brothers. If I can be heard? Okay, yes. Yes, I'm Samuel Nangiria from Tanzania, and I work for Pan-African Living Cultures, a movement of indigenous communities in Africa. And we are based in Tanzania. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. I wonder if we could start by asking for one of you, please, just to give a short history of how we've got to the point now where the issue of restitution of artifacts is even being spoken about and being researched with the enthusiasm that it is at present. Could someone just give us a very brief history of how we've got to where we are at the moment, please?
Maybe quickly I can say something from the African perspective. The question of restitution is nothing new. During the fight for independence, African leaders did call for this, but even before that, it was part of the struggle. And immediately after most of these materials were stolen during the colonial times. And I think Kwame Nkrumah himself wrote an article, actually a book, on the issue of contributed a book on the issue of restitution as early as 1962. But I believe they were told either you choose independence or you choose restitution, and so it wasn't followed all that much. And for many years, many African scholars and heritage professionals as well as communities have been calling for restitution. But as usual, there have been excuses, particularly from the big museums and governments in the West who have never paid any attention. And it was until, and I don't want to give credit to only this, but I think from the Western perspective, European, they waited until President Macron of France, when he was talking to the University of Ouagadougou, promised to return back cultural materials from Africa. And in that case, it sort of got into the political arena, and most of the Western countries started to look at it as something very serious. And this was followed by Felwine and Savoy's report that considered restitution as something, one of the colonial injustices, and that needed to be rectified. And that has now brought the discussion into both the academic, the community, as well as the political arena, attracting attention, including those of European governments and political leaders. So I think in short, this has been the case, and we have seen some of the institutions, return, particularly universities in Europe going against their governments and returning some of these very precious heritage resources of Africa. So I think for me that is a short summary of how it has developed. But as I said, it was nothing new. The resistance was there from the beginning, but as usual, ears and eyes were closed.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I ask Aisha Adamu just to explain to us how is it that we are having to negotiate with the thief?
Negotiating with people who took from you, right?
Yeah.
When something is yours. So I think the strongest voices we've had recently from, let's say, in between 2013 to now have actually been from the Caribbean countries. But you have countries like Nigeria, Benin Republic, Cameroon, that have been fighting for particular items and obviously discussing in general, but there are particular items from like the Benin Empire or the Nok terracottas that are globally vast. Someone recently did a documentary and chased down the different artifacts from Nok globally, and there are over 2,000 pieces that people are actually using to make money from. And these came from communities that were attacked. But if we go back to the early 19th, 20th century, you can see how Pan-Africanism became a thing. But let me just give a quick background of the center that I run. It was from a Pan-African movement that Nigeria held the Festac of African Arts and Culture, which was the Negro Festival. The first one happened in Dakar, and then Nigeria took it on in 1977. And this brought all of the different African countries globally. It's not just like the main African countries, but the Caribbean, indigenous nations like Australia. They were all in Nigeria. And these were the discussions that were held, and that's as far back as 1977. And our center still holds all of the artifacts and art in trust, thousands, even down to indigenous music, artifacts, art. 1 month of the program, we have communiques from the IFC meetings, we have the colloquiums from the different meetings. And when you look at the discussions in those documents, you get to see that Africa still had a plan towards repatriation, towards restitution of artifacts. And some of the main complaints is that we don't have where to keep them. If we give them back to you, you're going to lose them, or they're going to get spoiled. They are meant to be taken care of. But then this is mine. It's like me having, for example, jewelry, and someone steals them and says to me, well, we can't give it back to you because you're going to lose it because you don't have where to keep it. So these are the issues that we contend with. And you notice that you also don't get as much funding as you would. If you have an international museum, for example, doing requesting for funding, they get 15, 20, 30 times more than that is looking for funding to create the infrastructure that is needed. We do have our local museums with these items that have survived to this day. And you can see that now there's like a shift in the African nations, with especially the private organizations coming through with infrastructure saying, listen, we're going to privately fund these things. You have Black alumni associations supporting these type of ideas on how we can build the infrastructure to get these things. The excuses are vast, but let's just understand that in the same way our people were taking, it's the same way our resources, our art and artifacts are being moved. It's like a modern version of colonialism. And the fact that we do have the voices, the fact that we're even having a session like this, which I really, truly appreciate and would like to say thank you for having me. It shows that we're really getting into understanding that we have to fight for our own, and we must create the avenues to ensure that we can take care of these items.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn, can I ask, I know there was a report not so long ago which set out about 9 criteria for the return, or the base of discussion for the return of artifacts. What's your assessment of those criteria, please? Evelyn?
Which
Do we have Evelyn?
Go ahead.
You can, yes.
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you. So I was asking you about the, can you hear me, Evelyn?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was asking about the criteria that has been set out in a report for the return of, or negotiating for the return of artifacts, and your assessment of those criteria.
So basically the assessment is from a museum I recently visited, the Peace Rivers. The framework that I think Laura would be a better person to answer this, because the criteria is from her museum that we recently visited with the Ma community. Sam Nigeria was part of that group. And they already do have a framework of how we can repatriate or restitute our artifacts. The framework could take somewhere between, I think, a year. Again, I think Laura is better placed to give this information, but I believe we can also come up based on the discussions that we are currently having. We can come up with a model or a framework where these, which we can share maybe with all these countries that do have the artifacts of where our artifacts are being held, to go through and ensure that they can be followed to bring back our items. I love that there was the collaborative engagement with Peace Rivers as well as the British Museum, and the fact that we are both trusting each other with our artifacts, and getting to know or educate people on their historical, I don't know, ethnicity and maybe cultural backgrounds from where they do come from and what those artifacts do mean to these communities. I think
yes,
we are getting there, and I think in looking at the discussions we're already having, I think it's about time to now literally go through it and do it, just do it,
Thank you. Thank you.
Start the process of bringing these questions back.
Thank you. Can I, Laura, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Can you just add to that regarding the criteria that's been set down by other people for returning what belongs to us?
Yeah, so I think I represent the thief, and from what I'm looking at, sort of all the people here, I'm probably the only one who is here from those museums in Europe, the US, and lots of other places that hold heritage from different countries in Africa. So the 9 criteria doesn't immediately ring a bell for me, but I think I just wanted to say a little bit around repatriation from Europe. And it's true, as George Abungu was saying earlier, I think Macron's report very much was a spark for nation states to start getting into action, trying to formulate policies, procedures. Some nation states are further along than others with that process, but real repatriation hasn't happened so much, actually, in effectively bringing back objects to different countries in Africa, apart from some individual cases, which have been, some of them have been really successful, others have been quite difficult. It usually, my experience is that it takes a long time. It takes a lot of work and money to do these repatriations. For us, the work that we're doing around repatriation is really work, because we're a university museum, so the Pitt Rivers Museum is from Oxford University. It's not a nation-state approach that we're taking. There's other approaches which are nation-state to nation-state. I think probably the most well-known case is the Benin case from Nigeria, where repatriation has happened from Germany in particular. So I don't know what the criteria are that we could say all repatriation is guided by, but I would like to maybe if you could be more specific about that, if I can try to comment.
Yes.
But from a sort of nation state perspective, I think the ones that are really clear these days are the Dutch criteria, for example, in the Netherlands. They have a committee, they have real policies, they have, which are also quite clear for claimants. I think in the UK, which is the country that I'm sitting in, it's a little bit more difficult, especially for claimants probably, to know what the procedures are, because they're very specific to each institution, and on a national basis there is no real policy yet. So I agree with you when you were saying I have to sit, even when something's been stolen from me, I have to sit around the table with the thieves, with the person who's taken the objects from me, and then jump through all the hoops that the thief is telling me. What I think Aisha was mentioning is around that often some of the criteria which are being set out are we sure that people will be taking care of them, that is quite, that there's a lot of opposition to that, and rightfully so. What kind of care are we mandating needs to be given to collections? So there's a lot there, and but it's difficult for me to comment on.
Okay, thanks very much. We're also joined on the line now by Jacqueline Mackenzie, a lawyer from a law firm in England, Lee Day. Jacqueline, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Jacqueline Mackenzie.
Sorry,
You can, good. I wonder if
yes,
you could,
I can hear you.
Yes, can you just
Yes.
help us in about the legal or what litigation can there be in relation to this issue of restitution?
Well, the first thing to say about litigation is that it's mostly unsuccessful, and we have major problems, particularly around the statutes of limitations and proof. So are the items stolen or
Oh dear.
much the same way as repatriation is going to be discussed along the lines of dialogue and negotiations based on morality and ethics. What is the right thing to do, rather than within the constraints of the law?
Okay, so in other words, you're saying the law really
Can
has...
you not hear me?
Yes. In other words, Jackie, are you saying that the law is pretty hopeless or weak to assist in this area?
I say that I worry about the law. Sometimes the threat of the law is better than the law itself. I mean, we've seen some incredible, horrendous defeats recently. Just this year, we saw the Supreme Court of Oklahoma rule against the victims, including a woman who's 103, who brought a case for the Tulsa massacre. Judges don't have that appetite. They don't have appetite for opening the floodgates. We saw the same thing with the claim that's what their Supreme Court equivalent. So it is fraught. However, I myself have seen. I mean, we've seen obviously with the Namibian Heroes people. We've also seen the threat of legal action with the Ethiopian Tabots bring results. I'm not saying that we rule out. I was going to do myself out of a job. We don't rule out litigation per se, but we know that it's going to be extremely difficult because I think that in discretion, judges aren't necessarily going to be on our side.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jackie. It's a very poor line, but we have heard some important things. I wonder, Samuel, can you hear me? Samuel, can you hear me?
Yes.
Samuel.
Yes.
Oh, Samuel. Yes. It says Samuel
yes,
here. Yeah. Yeah, Samuel, I wonder, we're in 2024 now, just about. Where would you expect the debate and movement an action to be by, say, the end of 2026? I think you're muted, Samuel.
Sorry? Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. I did.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. One, we are expecting the campaign and the movement and discussion to streamline, and also to be able to bring the communities who are actually the victims on the forefront, because we have witnessed the movement, the struggle, and the debates and negotiation being carried forward by elites and organizations and lawyers. So I expect by the end of 2026, we will have the communities in the forefront, in the middle of the discussion, going forward in terms of what the artifacts mean to them, what it means to their being communities, and also to their cultures.
Yes.
Secondly, I expect also the movement to be able to, for the governments of Africa to know that this is not a state, it's not a conversation, the debate of state of Africa and the colonial governments. It has to be, they have to let spaces for the communities to be able to represent themselves, because we are seeing the concerns of legal system, the taxes, issues of where, you know, the items being brought back to the national museums instead of being taken to the communities that they were taken from.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. First of all, at this point, I want to say a big thank you to the contributors, because you've been very clear and succinct, which allows us sufficient time to go to the floor now to invite questions. And we've got one straight away just there.
Good afternoon, Junaid from Somalia. Just two questions, quick ones. Are the African governments supporting this project of the return of the artifacts? Has there been any research done on how much money the museum, since they taken the artifacts,
yeah,
or the goods? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Two very good questions. Who'd like to deal with the first one then? Support of the African government, is that in place?
I think let me come in here. Support of the African government. There are some African governments that are very supportive, yes. I think South Africa is one of those, and they have seen what has been happening, but particularly with human remains, which I do not call collections, but human remains, our ancestors. I think we've seen what was mentioned about Namibia. I think the government there probably not out so much, but at least they have also done some negotiations with the Germans. But I think when we're talking about these issues, but let me just come back again to other supporting instruments. The African Union, that brings all African countries together, has come up with a position on restitution, which has been adopted by the governments of Africa. So I assume that through that they support. But we have to understand the history of most of these artifacts. Some of them actually led to the collapse of political systems. And some of the governments are scared of bringing some of these things back because they may revive some of these nodes of powers. So there are reluctance in some places. But we hope that through African Union, this will help. Now, when talking about restitution, why do we want to restitute? That is a big question. Is it just an emotional thing? And when we are told that we are not ready for this very important heritage, were they taken because we are not ready? I think that's the question that we should be asking. They were not taken to Europe or America because we were not taking care of them. They were stolen. And it was under colonialism, which was an extractive system of labor, of human spirit, and of the heritage. And I think that fits the ethics, both ethics and law. And I know that there are, limitations in law, but I think that we should follow both. So the question that I'm asking in relation to what has been asked, why do we need these items back? First of all, some of these things are spiritual. They are spiritual and they're still hunting our people up to now. And some of these things do not have to be kept. Once we get them, we can do whatever we want to do with them. Some of them are actually hunting our people because they are kept in captivity. So we can throw them in the forest, we can throw them in the water, we'll do what we need to do with them. So the question of whether we are ready to keep them does not arise.
Thank you very much.
The second thing is artistic in terms of economy. I think people like Picasso were inspired by this. Why are our people not being inspired, our artists? 3, research. Our people still have to go to Europe and America to research on material that came from Africa. We need them because of that. And lastly, is the question of identity and national pride and inheritance for our children. We need them back so that they can be able to get all this. So it's not just a question of we need them back because a thief stole them, but we need them because of particular reasons that touch on us. The same way that Moktambo, the first African director of UNESCO, pleaded in 1978 that let us get this back, things that mean a lot to us. And I think it is on that spirit that we should be talking, not because we are emotional about it.
Thank you very much. Just dealing then with the other question the brother asked about money made from the stolen items. In English law, at least, there's a concept that if you're a thief, you're not allowed to benefit from the proceeds of your crime. Any of the panelists, can you say anything about an estimate of how much money has been gained as a result of stealing these items?
I wouldn't say I have an estimate, but obviously we know it's in the millions of dollars. And if we look at the various lists that were given to us, you're looking at legitimacy of claims. So I'll give an example. In some communities, it was the actual chiefs and the community leaders that either sold or gifted out some of these items. So were these items taken at a time of war? What is the significance of the items to our cultural and spiritual beliefs, for example? If it was a shrine, for example, that was taken and everything there was destroyed, it's at loss. So it's not even just about the monetary gain, to be honest. We have a lot of history that has been lost to these things happening. And when you check that list that tells you the reasons why things should be returned, you have people who will legitimately tell you, we didn't steal these things. We visited and it was gifted, right? And how legitimate is that, depending on the community that it came from? You look at the loss of cultural and spiritual values, which our younger generation should be able to access and learn from, and to keep and preserve the different items that we have. You look at the access to these things where you have people actually traveling to museums or to locations where these items are kept. So I'll say, for example, you look at the movement of our history across not just the African zones, even with slavery and where they went to globally, right? Some of this history is even more preserved than in the countries that they left, because they had a stronger version of word of mouth, because that was all they had. Unlike us here, where history has actually been changed. You have a lot of history that by the time you go to those communities, it doesn't align with what the ancestors or the people that came before us experienced or told their children or grandchildren. And I'm really happy that we have individuals that are going out of their way to learn and find these histories. So sometimes it's not necessarily just the monetary gains. We've lost a lot as a society. We've reached a point where the things that we do are seen as local, quote unquote, right? If, for example, you're speaking a language that if you don't sound articulate because your first language is in English or French or Spanish or Arabic sometimes, you are seen as you're uneducated or you're not smart. So there are just so many items connected to it. It's not just the actual items. It's a bigger picture that we're looking at. And I think now globally, the international community are also seeing that diplomatically, these items can help to create a bridge between nations. So you see many of them coming back now, especially with the resources that are needed across Africa. A lot of cultural diplomacy is happening. So I'd say it's in the billions of dollars if we look at the losses, not just in terms of money, but even in terms of the building of our own cultural spaces. It's a huge loss, a really huge loss.
Okay.
So I don't think we even have the monetary terms, but that is not my purview for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go to the next question.
Thank you. Mukwena from South Africa. For me, the issue of the restitution and reparation to have some practical effect on the continent, you'll want to trigger a serious interest among the lawyers on the continent. So my question is, how do we then capacitate legal practitioners on the continent to deal with this issue? Thank you.
Yeah, Jacqueline, is that a question you would like to deal with? Jacqueline? She's speaking. Oh. Jacqueline, can you hear us?
Jacqueline, we can't hear you. We can see that you're talking, but...
Jacqueline? We can't hear you, I'm afraid. Can you, Jacqueline, can you unmute yourself? She's not mute. This appears to be a technical problem. Can I ask one of the other panelists who we can hear, just to deal with that question of how we motivate and mobilize lawyers across the diaspora to address and take up the cause in terms of the legal remedies that might be available?
So I do think that Jacqueline would be better to comment on this than me, and maybe George, I see that he's unmuted, but from a sort of legal perspective, I can only say that from a legal perspective, there's not, unlike in the United States, where you have NAGPRA, like the Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act, which is a legal body that has been all the museums need to abide to that legislation. That doesn't exist for at the moment for European collections, for example, or the UK collections. So from a legal perspective, it's not. I wanted to comment very briefly on sort of this. I find it difficult to follow some of the conversations, and I think that what I'm not because there's a technical issue, but more because vantage point from which you're starting is very different from, and I think that's where brought together in the room, both from a legal perspective, from a human rights perspective, and from a that should be taken. But the broader element around how much was lost, as Aisha was also talking about, is really the cultural sovereignty. It's politically, the way that taking these objects was, there were reasons why objects were taken. They were usually because they were very important objects, because they're spiritually or politically important. So the breaking down of a sort of whole cultural system and political systems is what these objects are, a sort of materialization of empire and of. So I think that's where maybe it's. We need more time. That's what I feel like.
Okay,
to unpick some of
yeah, Laura, can I just intervene, just picking up on that? Someone mentioned earlier, if something belongs to us, we can do with it what we want.
And I think that's where a lot of repatriation is unconditional repatriation. So from a university perspective, when like us, we are working with the Maasai, for example, but also with other communities. Once we repatriate, it is up to the claimants, the people to whom the objects go back, to decide what they would like to see doing with those objects. That's not always the case for all national frameworks, where at time it is being sort of requested that objects, and which we could see with the Dahomey movie, for example, when the return from France, it's going back to a museum context. So I think there's a big difference there between is it the community of whom objects were being taken, who are involved in the conversation, and they decide what needs to happen around repatriation, or is it going from a museum context to another museum context, and do we then sort of, so there's so many different aspects to this that it feels like we're only touching the surface.
Yeah, thanks very much. The gentleman here has got a question, and then we come to the other gentleman there. Gentleman in front here, and then the young man with the black polo neck. Thank you.
Hi, Chuku Demezwe from Mailings Chambers. I'm a commercial barrister, but so I can't really say I'm an expert on criminal law. However, I do believe that there's certain offences under the Theft Act in the UK that have where there's extra jurisdictional reach, right? I think under the Criminal Justice Act 1993 and under the Fraud Act 2006, extraterritorial jurisdiction for fraud and dishonesty offences, including the Theft Act offences. Now, as we know, there's no statute of limitations for criminal offences. So I wonder whether or not criminal practitioners could be a bit creative and find, rather than pursuing this through civil avenues, is to pursue our arts and artifacts through criminal avenue. That this was a crime that was committed, so whereby there's no statute of limitations.
Yeah. So in other words, we could do with a conference like this, where all the lawyers are together, and we try to thrash out some of the issues, legal issues.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think this is one for the rapporteur.
Yeah. You know? Thank you, brother.
Thank you. By the way, Jack, I see you got your hand up again.
Yeah, I just wondered if you could hear me, because I've come off and gone on via another device.
Yeah,
Is this better? Yeah. Okay.
Blessings, blessings. After, it's okay if she could actually answer the question, because I know I want to hear what she had to say as well. But on my side, I was just kind of curious to throw to the panel. We know in the UK that after the abolition of the slave trade, the slave owners were compensated for the loss of, the income they would have received for their slaves, to which I believe was only paid back in 2015. Yeah. Correct. So that was almost 200 years of compensation given. So my question then goes, if slave owners can be given compensation and people who descend from Africa who were then traded as slaves, commodities, then why can't we have some sort of case to showcase that if stolen artifacts are currently in existence that clearly have lineage to where we're from, then even if there is a challenge within the legal recourse, there's a clear evidence to suggest that that is a crime that needs to be remedied ASAP, essentially.
Jackie, now that we can hear you, do you want to respond to the...
Yeah, no, sorry, there were so many different bits there that I'm not actually sure what I'm responding to, but just a few points. I think, I mean, there's this terrible, isn't there, perpetuation of the stereotype that Africans can't really manage anything and do anything. On the one hand, and these items belong to Africa. You know, they were managed very well pre-enslavement, pre-colonialism, pre the Western-inspired wars that led to all these items being taken out of Africa. I think there's no question that they were stolen. I know the brother who just asked the question about criminal law and the statutes of limitations. The problem we will have is who did what and proving what lawyers call the mens rea, the intent. But we know that those items were stolen. And in fact, most people who hold them actually admit that. I mean, they come up with explanations that they were given to them by various chiefs. You know, the Indian government gave the Koh-i-Noor diamond, you know, the confusion over whether Greece, what Greece conceded on the Elgin marbles. There was the same discussion arose with the Ethiopian tabots. So it is fraught. It is absolutely fraught. But underpinning all of that is the knowledge that these items belong to Africa and ought to go back there. Now, we worry very often about resources and capacity building and all that sort of thing. And that is absolutely true, and that ought to form part of reparations. So, for instance, CARICOM, that has with its existing 10-point plan for reparations, that's being reviewed at the moment, actually has restitution of artifacts as one of those 10 points, and does talk about how you raise capacity. But not all these artifacts need to go into grandiose buildings and so on. A large proportion of these artifacts are actually skulls and human remains, which ought to be given dignified burials. They don't need to go into any sort of glass epithet. So I think what's absent from all of this discussion and from all the work I've been doing on reparations, which is mostly with the Caribbean islands or governments, is a kind of commission of inquiry as to what is what. And I think for the rapporteur, looking for ideas, I think this conference should resolve to push for either a global tribunal or a global commission that is properly resourced, and it may well be resourced partly by Africa, but also partly by those nations that did the pilfering, and the museums and banks and institutions and libraries and universities, etc., ought to contribute to that, so that we can really analyse what is where, what's the legal avenues, what's the negotiations that can be done, and where do things go. But the starting point has to be that these items were well looked after by Africa initially. Africa had its kingdoms and its extremely developed societies. It produced these items. You can't have produced some of these items without the intellectual capacity and the resource base to do it. And so there is no question now that hundreds of years later that Africa cannot manage it. It's perpetuating a racial stereotype of the worst kind.
Thank you, thank you. I want to leave time at the end, about 5 minutes, just to summarize some recommendations from this conference. So we'll bear that in mind, but we can carry on. I think I see someone else has their hands up just there, or yeah. Oh yeah.
I had a question.
Oh, you have a question as well. Okay.
So two things. I think it's as others have said, cultural destruction, spiritual destruction. So I think that we should not just call it theft. This is a crime against humanity.
I use that word just to be provocative.
I know. But I think this is actually not a question, it's a statement, but I think it's an important statement. You know, anytime people make this, the statement that, you know, that African nations can't take care of these artifacts, and I think it's been soundly put down by many of the speakers, but I think it's also important that we know history. And the reason that we don't have a lot of our mummified remains is because the Europeans ground them up and ate them. They ate our ancestors. And so I think that's important to state, from someone telling us that we can't take care of our ancestors, we can't take care of our cultural heritage, that these are the same people that ate our ancestors.
Thank you. The sister just here, please.
Thank you. I had a quick question about, I know that we've been discussing how to reclaim back things that have been stolen, and I was wondering what happens with existing artifacts and how do we prevent that? Has there been much discussion around that, and are there things in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again?
Thank you. I wonder, Evelyn, whether that's a question you'd like to respond to? Evelyn, are you still there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
Yep. Would you like to briefly respond to the question from the sister?
I think I just first want to say that having come from the museum and being in the marketing department makes me, of my role is to like go through all the museums we have in the country. And I would like to mention we have over in Kenya. Now, let me just talk about first Kenya. We have about gazetted sites and monuments. To say that we are not able to, like, you know, conserve and take care or preserve any of those artifacts should they come back is, I don't know, it's rather sad that they would rather be kept somewhere in a bunker or underground inside cabinets and not really displayed. We just read a report this morning coming from Cambridge University where 350,000 artifacts over the last period of about 12 months have been have been researched from the university. These have come from different parts of the world and mainly Africa, and only 1% of that 350 is currently displayed. And out of that 1%, there's also a percentage that is incorrectly identified. So like you see an artifact and what is written on it, apart from the person who donated it to the museum or how they got it, is a story about the artifact that is not close to what the truth is, which is, you know, is something that we really need to think about how we're going to maybe say correct those stories or like find a way to like give, you know, the real stories that belong to these artifacts. Apart from that, we do have I think an erosion of generational knowledge. So based on current generations and how they would like to know, I work in a museum and we often get inquiries of a grandson somewhere wanting to know the roots of their identity, and they come up with a picture or something that this used to belong to them. But they come up with a story of colonialism and how this item was taken from their grandfather, and they expect us as the museum having to know or have the knowledge of where that item should be. So knowing that some of these items are, say, sacred or historical or from a particular lineage and should continue with those generations, but yet are not together with their communities, is a gap that we do need to fill as Africa and any other country that, you know, whose artifacts were taken from them.
Okay. Sorry, can I just ask very quickly to pick up on a point you mentioned? Is there in existence a comprehensive catalogue of artifacts?
So in 2022, we did do an exhibition on that we called invisible inventories. And with these invisible inventories, it was a very curious moment because we had a team go around a couple of countries, Germany, I think, and the UK, and a few European countries where there was about 3 million items that were out there.
So is that a document? Is that a document we can access?
Yeah, we do have a catalog of those items, those particular items that we were researching on and that the museums brought to us. If you go to, like, say, for example, Laura's museum, Peace Rivers Museum, if you go to their website, you can be able to actually, like, check on, say, my country, Kenya, and we can look at how many artifacts that they do have that are Kenyan. And the last time I did that, which was not so long ago, there was about 24,000 items.
Okay, good.
Belonging,
Okay, thanks.
yeah, belonging to Kenya, and there was about 306 on display. Just today morning, again, the Cambridge University, that just drove me wild, because 350,000 items is only 1% on display, and the 1% only represents, the 1% represents the entire Africa. So I do wonder, and it's a bit painful for me, really, like when you go through these museums, that most of them are community museums, and the communities will tell you that, you know, our story, they took our leader's head, they took our leader's peers, we want our leader's head back. So that's a human remain, and you wonder why, you know, why would you want to, you know, and not give this community peace by just giving back a piece that you're not even using.
Yep.
You know, you've stored it somewhere and have almost, I don't know how it's valued when it's in those, in the storage that they are kept in. I do agree that even in my museum, we do have artifacts in storage, because we are holding almost over 10 million items in all our museums. And some of them are banked, yes, but we do have a system where you have to display everything within a couple of years. So every 3 years, there's a change of what is on display, and stories that back that up, using the communities definitely, and the stories and research that's been done to unearth any story that comes from whichever particular artifact.
Thank you very much.
The ones outside, especially the Cambridge story, it was saddening, to be honest.
Thank you. We want to move to the recommendation shortly, but if there's a burning question outstanding that someone would like to put, then please feel free. Anybody? In which case, can we move?
I think that I just want to make a comment on this Cambridge thing. I think Cambridge is one of the only universities that have actually hired an African curator to look at African collection and to show what they have and to accept those particular problems. And I have read that document, and there was a very notorious missionary in Uganda that was actually convincing custodians, including places like Wamala, to give them, you know, sacred objects in those days. And this information is actually coming out in this document that has been produced by Cambridge. So as much as they have not displayed those, I would like to say that they are one of the few institutions in Europe and in Britain that has come out very clearly and actually hired an African curator for 2 years to find out what is in the den, what is in the box, and to put it outside into the world. So I think in that case, we should also be able to encourage other institutions to be able to do that. We don't care how much is they're exhibiting. We don't even want them to exhibit. We want them to give back what we need. But I also understand what Evelyn is saying. It's very painful, particularly for our ancestors to be kept and continue to be kept, despite the fact that we are saying our society has not rested since they were taken. Their spirits need to be rested in their place with all the respect that they deserve. And I think we need that. So I think these are some of the things. So apart from ethics and law, I think there is need for us to use shaming. Shaming has helped, particularly with the Mijikenda Vigangos, to the extent that I think Evelyn will agree that universities in the US are rushing to bring back the Vigangos that were stolen because of the shaming that has taken place, including in the leading newspapers like New York Times and Washington Post and others. So we need another strategy of shaming these people and continuing to do that. Otherwise, if you only depend on law and ethics, it will not work alone. So there are many ways in which we can be able to put our statement across. And I just want to leave it at that.
Thank you very much. So in the last few minutes, I wonder if we could pull together some recommendations. I've made a note of the various comments that have been made, and so far I've identified, first of all, the need for a legal conference. And maybe Jackie, on behalf of Lead Day, you might like to lead us in that. Secondly, the need for a global tribunal or commission, resourced by the pilferer, and not with them telling us how to spend the money. We'll decide how to do it. Thirdly, the need for a comprehensive, accessible, user-friendly catalogue. And then the need for a strategy for naming and shaming. Does anyone want to add to that list, please?
Legislation, yeah, thank you. African legislation requesting the artifacts to be returned by default across the continent. Yeah.
Actually, can I just add something to that? Because I can't actually work out how to put my hand up now. The thing's gone on this new device. But that's a really important point about legislation, because remember, a lot of Britain's defence about not returning things is that they can't return it because they're barred by the Charities Act. So work needs to be done in the UK too on legislation. That's a really, really good point just made by the person who just spoke.
Yeah, my point, thank you, Jackie, was I'm aware that the Horniman Museum returned 72 items of Benin bronzes, and I'm aware that I think one of the, in terms of Cambridge, either they've got a vice-chancellor at one of their smaller universities who's African, who was instrumental in returning some stuff. But I think speaking to I think she was the CEO at Horniman, to find out from her what were the challenges and the issues so that we don't try to reinvent the wheel. So we build upon the challenges that she had at Horniman in returning those items.
Thank you. Anything to add to the list of recommendations? Obviously, be for the committee to decide how that's rolled out. Ree.
Ray Phillips. Quick clarifying question. Someone mentioned the catalog. I think one of the panelists of. Can you repeat where that is located online? There's an existing catalog of 3 million, I think you said.
Sure, it is a catalog as opposed to a list. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, from the Kenyan National Museum.
Evelyn. Yeah. Evelyn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything?
Evelyn, Ray was asking about the catalogue that you mentioned. Where can that be accessed?
Yes.
Where can that be accessed?
We can send it over.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Yes. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Right. We're going to. Can you show your appreciation to all the panelists? It's been an excellent, informative discussion. Thank you all. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break for you. So it's now 15:38. It's £10 for every minute that you're late. Thank you. Are you Matrix Chamber there?
No, not Matrix, Mailings.
Recording stopped.
What kind of commercial? A bit of everything. General commercial, offshore commercial.
Make sure I get your details.
Yeah,
Do you know any of the? Do you know Nigel Gardner from Frica in Birmingham? We've got to make contact.
No, definitely. That's what these things are all about. You're Errol, right? Yeah. I think because you had trouble coming in. I think did my cab driver bring you from the airport?
Is his name?
Douglas.
I think I didn't quite get his name.
Okay, yeah.
He was busy asking me about my opinion of his driving.
Okay,
which
was like this,
but it was good.
Yeah. No, I gave Peter the number last night. So,
Okay.
That's really a fantastic moderation.
Yeah, no, people really. It's when you actually
might be an issue with mens rea. I don't think so. I think the issue probably will be identifying, the that's the person. And there's always But at the same time, for example, with the Benin expedition, right, expedition, Benin theft, we know that carried out. Some of the art is still with those families, right? So I think that criminal law.
We just need to be less tolerant and forgiving. Because there's nowhere apart from pleasant conversation.
At the end of the day, states have stolen these goods. Now, your state has to support you to get it and voice it out loudly. So I went with Peter to London Museum. With MPs from Somalia. 25,000 plus items from Somalia. When are you going to return? Let's see what happens.
It's always that.
This is our car. Let me follow it up. The problem is that we're not
ask them to introduce themselves. Me, you know, but I'll be staying a bit aside about the political stuff with Mau Mau. So, can I ask you to look on the program for the panel dealing with the last bit, which is the last work. And what we've done is we tried to be a bit thought-provoking, and we wanted to challenge the 1090, I'll refer to in a minute, refers to, if anybody knows, dialogue, and returning our heritage was what both Ray and Gunan were down to talk about anyway. So with those things in mind, can I ask you to give a round of applause to both the last panelists? Lots of energy, because I know it's late in the afternoon. Woo! Okay, yeah. So can I hand you over?
Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Gunan Adamu. So if you can hear my accent, I'm from Liverpool in the UK, which is close to Manchester. But if you're a big football fan, football team in the Premier League, just wanted to... Liverpool. So just wanted to add that. I used to work internationally. So Nairobi was one of my countries that I used to work in until lockdown, and the BBC realised they needed to save money and I was too expensive. So do you want, should I just go ahead or pass it right?
Yeah. Thank you. Hey y'all, again, nice to see you. My name is Ray Phillips. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, currently living in politics at SOAS, the University of London, in the Department of Politics and International Relations. I study Chinese foreign policy in Africa generally, Kenya specifically. I mean, I take a really Pan-African view. And yeah, interested in the visual politics of all that. Also a practicing artist, and I involve my practice in my research practice. So excited to talk with you all about the way art can intervene in politics.
So I can sort of act as a little bit of a convener, but I'll speak about Mau Mau a bit, because I know everyone. It's just because of Mau Mau, she just told me. So I'm like, okay. So both of you, really, that first question, apologies or just show me the money?
I think it's an interesting one, because when we talk about restitution, reparation, it really isn't just about the money. It's about even, I mean, we were talking about this today, me and Fran. It's about education, you know. It's about, what was the word you used? It was about the aid. Fran, what did you mention? The IMF, the fund, really, the World Bank. So. Yeah, you know, so it's like loan forgiveness and things like that. So Africa always pays high end when it comes to the IMF loan. So it's things like that that you think, actually, it's not just about, you know, we want, you know, cash money. It's everything else that leads to what that means in terms of respect, education, even tax treaties, you know, how they look at Africa. So I think when we take away the word money, then we can have a real conversation. I think the UK government, when we talk about reparation, they use money as a way of saying, well, we can't afford it. Actually, you can afford it. You know, you choose not to. So like, what's your name again? Akil said, it was only, was it 2016 that they stopped paying compensation to slave owners. So I think they can give us back what they took from us, no matter how many years it takes.
Yeah, that's a great response. Yeah. My answer is pretty simple. I believe in accountability, and I think that's really important. Just also to make sure that there are learnings there. You know, otherwise, how do we know that 100 years from now that behavior would never get replicated? So for me, it's not just about money. You can't just buy me off. I'd like to hear an apology. I'd like to hear some acknowledgement, and I think that's really important. I'm thinking about a parallel case that's a bit different. African Americans in the U.S., there was never any articulated
apology for kind of slavery and what happened, but if you look at Cuba, Fidel Castro did kind of acknowledge and apologize for that injustice, and I feel like the healing process can never really get started until there is that level of baseline acknowledgement. So when it comes to repatriation, I would like to see them in tandem.
And just one of the contrasts is, does it make much difference, the apology? Because the German foreign minister came to Tanzania, apologized for genocide. King Charles came to Kenya and didn't. What's the difference? The difference is, with the UK, if they apologize, that then means they have to take that reparation conversation seriously. And they just don't want to take that conversation whatsoever. There's so many groups out there who have approached them, who've constantly asked for an apology and to take accountability, and they refuse to, because apology equals reparation, and that is not what they're going to do. So they will continue being strong-headed for as long as it takes.
That's a good question. I see what you're doing there, and I appreciate it. What I would say to that, the tricky thing I've learned in my PhD research, because I'm trying to get inside the minds of a few people, particularly Chinese Communist Party members, and I'm realizing I can never really know someone's true intentions. I can't research or know what's in someone's head. So, it is a bit of a moot point. I would hope that someone's heart posture, when they do apologize, lines up with that, and it's sincere and it's genuine, but we can't ever know someone's intentions, but we hope the heart posture is right along with that apology and accountability.
But also, let's not forget that if we look at the UK and the Commonwealth, if King Charles apologizes for one, he has to apologize for all. But also that apology then says a lot about the colonization and slavery. There's so many layers to this apology, but also their impact. So if you take away, if you remove Africa from the equation, and you even look at Scotland, Wales, there's so much that wraps around this apology. So it's not just them going over and saying, oh, we acknowledge what we did, we apologize. It's literally opening the floodgates and saying, all right then, so now you've said sorry and you've acknowledged this. This is next level conversation now, and it's not going to happen. I don't think there's any heart in any of this whatsoever. They're very logical. There's no heart in saying sorry in any form. And not even their grandchildren or great-grandchildren. It'll never happen.
And just to continue that slight challenge, in the US, we have heard that there's some disagreement between people who are saying, well, we are the descendants of the enslaved. We need compensation. You are new arrivals, because you arrived there recently. You don't need any compensation. And the people in the Caribbean world said, we need it, but you all don't need it on the continent because you sold us. And the people on the continent said, we need it, but you don't need it because you're doing okay. So in all of that nonsense, I'm a colonizer. I say, you carry on disagreeing. You carry on. So how do we resolve all of this between our different communities, even within country, and the ordinary person on the street saying, well, if you get compensation for Botswana, it goes to the elite. It doesn't hit the ground. In Kenya or anywhere else, it goes to the few who are already sending their kids to Europe or wherever on holidays or finishing schools, but it doesn't go to ordinary people. So what is our answer to all that?
Don't take this now.
I don't have complex, but what I would say is, and I think we're here in a Pan-Africanist conference, so I do think like baseline, we've got to start moving to some sense of solidarity and some sense of unity, and I just think the prerequisite somehow is some internal healing and internal work. I don't know how do we first get there and, all the steps to that, but I think that's really the premise of the conference. Like, how do we get to that point of being there for one another and moving past?
And I totally agree. I think, again, from a UK perspective, a lot of the far right. So when I say the far right, do you all know what I mean by that? For the Kenyans in the room, do you know what I mean by far right? The white supremacists that, you know, so they're the ones who started this whole conversation about, oh, you sold your own people, and then that became their story, which then impacted how we see each other. And I think we need to get to points of solidarity, because everyone, regardless if you're African or Caribbean, if you're British, if you're American, we've all been impacted by colonization, by slavery in some form or another. So I think we need to stop this this you against us, and I think it's more, it goes back to divide and conquer. That's what's happening at the moment. And like I said, the far right has really taken this message and just spread it far and wide, where we're not having these conversations. It was only just recently a friend of mine who's part of a black men's health group. He's Nigerian, British Nigerian. Then he got into a disagreement with a guy who's British Jamaican, and the guy said out loud, "Well, you're the ones who sold us." And this was just this year. And I was like, are you kidding me? And he said everyone had to apologize for this guy. But the fact that in 2024, this person thought it was okay to say that, we were just like, oh, wow. You know, so there's this notion of you sold us or it's your fault. Actually, it has to stop, because this is what the far right and white supremacy wants to happen. Because if we fight amongst ourselves, then that means no one's getting anything, because we're too busy fighting ourselves, you know.
Thank you. Now, I just want to add a little bit for Yvonne about Mau Mau. I won't let you forget it. So, no, just to bring people up to speed, one of the things that people won't know about, and it just was, I didn't hear about it until May. There was a visit by King Charles, who did a non-apology in November last year to Kenya. Behind the scenes, though, what he did do, which we only discovered after a few months, he met privately some of the families of Mau Mau and others, Koitalal Samoy, whose head was taken by the British and assassinated, and others victims of historical injustice. And he then commissioned a report by the Foreign Office on how to reset the relationship between Britain and Kenya. I heard about it in May or June from Juma Rondeng, who was a civil servant with the Ministry of Heritage. And the Foreign Office appointed a guy called Bilal Malik. Bilal has done more than a lot of people have ever done in the Foreign Office to reset that relation, just himself. So he had a small team who went all over Kenya, met a lot of people I never even met, but actually wrote a report at the end of July, which has gone to the Foreign Office and to King Charles. It's sitting, or it has sat, on the desk of the first black Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, not a great fan of David Lammy's, and he has said reparations not about money. But there is a report. So just to let people know, there is something, even it was discussed by the Commonwealth heads of state in Samoa. And one of the groups that helped fund the conference is the Commonwealth. So what we want to do, and there was an issue, I think, recommendation to have a conference next year. So just to give people in, and then I'll stop. We're talking to the British Council and the National Museums of Kenya about having a 3-day conference on restitution in July next year. And what we're looking to do, because when in Botswana, I met the Deputy Director of the National Museum of Botswana. Done the same in Ethiopia, same in Tanzania. And there are 23 African museums who are currently under the umbrella of the International Association of Museums. But there's no Pan-African Museum Association. So we want to create one. And with the help of people who have been online earlier on, I think we'll do it. So there are steps we're taking. Would very much like people here to be involved in that in whichever way you want. And the 1,090. Does anybody know what the 1,090 represents? Without asking for Ade. Apart from Ade. Does anybody know? Yeah. There are 1,090 Mau Mau freedom fighters that were hung by the British and are buried still in Committee Maximum Security Prison. They are buried in unmarked graves. The most famous was Dedan Kimathi, who's actually not buried there, but secretly buried by the British somewhere else. still don't know exactly where. And the Kenyan government, bless its socks, has never bothered or challenged to give those people a burial. So for me, if, as a colonizer, if you don't bother about the remains of your freedom fighters, why do I need to apologize to you? For what? You don't even recognize the importance of your heroes and sheroes in your maximum security prison under your nose. So in South Africa, at least you had truth and reconciliation. There was some sort of truth and reconciliation in Kenya, but really, and you still leave that? And there's Uhuru Garden sitting there with a marvelous new museum, but unopened yet. So that is the question. If you do not respect you and your ancestors, why should I?
And it's quite sad. About 400 Senegalese soldiers that were killed by the British, by the French, for asking for their wages for fighting during World War II. And instead of giving them the wages, the French killed them. So now they're asking, I think Macron apologized. But these are the things that we don't get to know our history, you know. So people are still uncovering so much of the wrongs that happened to us, and I don't know. It baffles me. So I've made a note here, and I was saying it was based on the conversation we had before. I don't know if anyone's heard about the Ethiopian prince that is buried at Windsor Castle. And so I've got here, he was buried in 1879, but it was when the British, I think, tried to colonize, because Ethiopia was never colonized, but he tried to colonize Ethiopia. And in battle, they kidnapped the king, his wife, and the son. But the king committed suicide along the way, and I can't remember what happened to the wife. But the son made it to England and became Queen Victoria's kind of pet. So she apparently doted on this young prince, and he died under suspicious circumstances, but he think it was the flu or something like that. So this boy is buried in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, apparently with Queen Victoria. So Ethiopia's been asking for his body back, and the royal family have said no. They are not returning this boy's body. So these are just some of the cases that you hear about, and you think, actually, how can this young boy's soul rest in peace when he's not in his homeland? But the fact that Ethiopia is having to beg the royal family for this boy's body back, this prince, his body back, is unbelievable. And they've outright said they are not returning his body, outright. So, you know, when we talk about our heritage, I think there's so much that's being hidden in the UK about our own history. But as Peter said, you know, there's so much education that we have to do in Africa as well, that a lot of people don't actually, in hindsight, well, thinking about it now, don't actually know the real history, because part of our history isn't taught in schools. You know, I went to school in Nigeria before we moved to the UK, and a lot of the Commonwealth, they teach you British history more than they teach you the history of your homeland. You know more about the prime ministers in England than you know about the prime ministers and presidents in your own country. So there's a lot of work that we have to do in terms of our education and our history to educate our young as well, so we know exactly where we've come from, how we even ended up in the UK, why, or even the US. And so forth. So I think I've kind of gone the long way to answer that question, but there's a lot of uncovering that we have to even get to a solution.
I want to talk about the Mau Mau very briefly, and I want to circle back to Judge Herbert's first inquiry, which was around how do we deal with the fact that, you know, political elites might not be responsible, right, towards the public. And so if you remember the artwork I talked about, there's a horizontal power imbalance between, in this case, the global majority, you know, countries and the folks that perpetrated the isms, colonialism, imperialism, et cetera, et cetera. But that horizontal power imbalance is what is most urgent, I think, and pressing and concerning.
And I'm thinking about, too, with the Mau Mau, because I had an interview with someone that spoke to me about this at length. The land was taken, talking about things being taken, the land was taken, and that was a big issue, and it wasn't given back. And when it was given back, it wasn't given back properly. You know, it was distributed to the elites, to the folks they were in kind of cahoots with, and that creates, it still creates pain and trauma, you know? And so I just think this thing is really deep, and it's that the vertical power asymmetry that's got me extremely concerned as well. I don't know how we're gonna move forward until that's addressed.
I think one of the questions I was asking is what I asked you was, I thought when the Mau Mau took the British to court, they had won the case. What what happened?
Well, my understanding is that Lee Day, and I have to say I'm not a fan of any of these white law firms, but bless Jacqueline, fantastic, but the history is that law firms are mostly about money. Yeah. I'm sorry, that's what we are. And therefore the case was settled, and they did win, but they won for 5,242 claimants. There were at least 500,000 Kenyans. At least 150,000 were in concentration camps. But the specific analysis of what they were capable of getting represented a small proportion. And so it was virtually nobody in Kenya escaped the so-called emergency between 1954 and 1958. They sent Lancaster bombers to bomb villages that were used to bomb the Malaysians in the War of the Running Dogs, and used that in Malaysia to do the same to Kenyans in the highlands. So the torture, abuse, human rights, people we met, we interviewed, my co-chair, Dr. Myrna Kalsi, 40 families of descendants of Mau Maus. There's still people missing to this day. There is no record. They went missing. One minute they were going to work in the fields, the next minute they'd not come home. And those grandparents completely were erased. Bodies never found. So the settlement of, I think it was 90 million pounds or whatever, some proportion of it went to a law firm. Fine, okay, that's fine. But it represented at about a minute proportion of the damage the British government did in those 4 years. And it was started by white settlers whose families still own land in Kenya. And they basically, the Dedan and Kimathi, they were happy to talk to the governor, and they orchestrated a situation where the communities were terrorized and reacted. And on the basis of the reaction, a state of emergency was imposed and everything else followed. So for me, the Mau Mau is one of many, many examples on the continent of a huge historical injustice which became embedded in the theft of land, whereby when I first went to Kenya, you know, every time you drink a cup of tea, think historical injustice. Every piece of tea you drink, the best tea is Kenyan. Ethiopian as well, but generally Kenyan. And that is a result of Unilever and Brook Bonds and Lipton's taking 200,000 acres of the best farmland in Kenya. And they still have it. And then they sell it to somebody else who sells it to someone, and they make a huge profit, and the land is still not returned. And the final thing before I finish, there was a judgment by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Torture, who ruled in 2021 that 100,000 Kipsigi and Talai people were moved forcibly, raped, tortured, killed, died of disease by the British just to get their land. They're still not returned to their land. So the historical injustice of Mau Mau was not the only thing. And one of the final thing, when we raised the issue of Mau Mau with Boris Johnson through Claudia Webb MP, the answer was, we gave you a bit of money in Mau Mau, what's your problem? Really? So the historical injustices could not exist unless the Kenyan governments did not really raise Cain with the British for what they did. And that's the problem. The governments generally on the continent do not do as Mali, Senegal, Niger are doing, is hold the colonizer to account because they're in bed with the colonizer.
That's deep, Peter. That's deep. But the art. I didn't even know how to even, because say that behavior actually is textbook of how the British has imposed themselves in so many different countries, and every every country that they've colonized in most, whether it's New Zealand, Australia, Canada, there's only around 3% or 4% of those indigenous people that still exist. So imagine a whole country, only 4% of those people exist. You know, so again, it goes back to that question about should King Charles apologize? If he's apologizing, then you've got to think about those other countries and what they've done. So yeah.
I think Judge Herbert could have just dropped the mic, to be honest. I don't want to belabor the point too much, but I talked with the artwork about the political and fiscal irresponsibility as being a huge issue. When I did my master's reflection, respectfully and lovingly I say this, I feel that the crisis of Africa is a crisis of leadership, and I mean that. In doing this PhD, it's become so clear to me that has to change. It just has to change. If people are doing kitu kidogo and eating from contracts that, you know, money that should go to public goods and public services or repatriation initiatives or cultural initiatives or the Kenyan National Museum, etc., I just don't have an answer, except we have to fix that. And I was telling someone over lunch, the issue that I'm finding too with my analysis is you either get into governance and you're corrupt, or you're corruptible or corrupted, because this system, unfortunately, is not friendly, I think, to new folks.
Yeah, just one thought I forgot to say. I arrived late last night. I was pissed off. I was tired. I was hot. And what did I first see when I walked in? Sorry, I have to swear my North British self. Some effing Father Christmas, some white Father Christmas, as I'm coming in all over the place. I kicked off. I mean, the mental slavery that we impose upon ourselves here is I just symbolic. I mean, I don't care who owns this place. I don't care if they're Kenyan or Tanzanian, I don't care. But what on earth part of Harrods do you see an African, even when it was owned by an Egyptian, what part of Harrods did you see Egyptology all over the place? It wasn't. So I just feel we ourselves indoctrinate ourselves, whether it's Netflix or anything else, with a view of the world which is completely 100 years ago. And if I'm, again, acting as a colonizer, I'm so happy when I see this white Father Christmas, because you're all messed up, and you're still messed up.
It's so true. We were having this conversation. I think it was breakfast, wasn't it? And we were saying how the psychology of the British was amazing. Such a small country that was able to colonize so much of the world, but also the fact that they were able to paint themselves as Jesus Christ. You know, white hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, and inflict that image across Africa, and you know, even to the point where they had the slave Bible. So they took out all the parts of the Bible that said, you know, you can, you know, fight back and do whatever, and kept the part that said, if you get slapped in the other cheek, and you know, obey your master, you know. And it was, and so in Liverpool we have a slavery museum that has all of these things, and it's interesting because the fact that that psychology still lives in us today in Africa and the Caribbean, it's quite scary, because it means that apart from corruption with our leaders, actually means we're still scared to fight back the white man, because we see them as this hierarchical figure that you don't upset. In Europe, we're the ones who are fighting to change that narrative. But actually, when you come back to Africa, they still have white Jesus and in the cradle, you know, and white Joseph and Mary. So that's why when I was talking about education, we still need to be educated in Africa about colonialism and actually this branding of what it means to this white savior. I'm a Christian, but I know that Yeah, Jesus was black. He was black. But again, it's that, yeah, it's quite sad, really, but that psychology is one of the best psychology tools that the world has ever seen, because it put us into like a mental prison that is continuing.
Yeah, great point. Thank you for sharing that. This is why art is so important, folks, because representation matters. It actually properly matters. It's so critical. To speak to that, I'll tell you where there is proper representation that I think is a bit more accurate of our faith practice, which I'm also a practicing Christian, is Ethiopia. Has anybody ever seen the religious iconography in Ethiopia painted in the walls of old churches of Gondar and Bahira, and even in Addis? It's amazing. I never felt as empowered in my faith until that moment when I was there in 2009 and I witnessed for the first time a brown Jesus, a black angel. Like, it really, really touched me so much. And I just think representation matters on all levels, but especially in terms of visuality. We're visual creatures. It impacts us in our brain in a different way.
I think if I read correctly that Ethiopians are, in terms of lineage, are the closest relatives to Jesus. I'm sure that's what I read. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure somewhere I read that lineage-wise they are the closest. Yeah.
And King Solomon had a baby.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah. So that in school, because education is power, knowledge is power, and I think art definitely is a way of. I would say art can be a subliminal way of using politics to educate people. That it is. I mean, for some museums and art galleries, that's why they don't show a lot of black artists, because a lot of black art is political. But no, have you felt that, where when you're trying to show some of your artwork in previous years, that you've struggled to get any kind of, anyone to want to hold the exhibition for you?
I think women artists and black artists are just underrepresented in museums and galleries, period, for sure. And I think it depends on the body of work. There was one one art gallery that picked me up, and they thought it was so nice that there was an artivist, but that's when I was making work about other stuff. I don't know about some of this latest work, how that would land, because it's a bit spicy. And, it's true. I'm indiscriminately coming for everyone that's kind of behaving problematically. So, yeah.
Thank you. Can I throw it open to the floor properly, as I should have done a few minutes ago? And for the last 20 minutes, we'll try and close about 5:05. We've got 20 minutes. So if I can ask Charlotte to come around with a microphone, and we'll take 2 or 3 short questions and put them to the panel. Thank you. Comments, if you will, but very, very short. Thank you. Any questions, anybody? Junaid.
Hi. I agree 95% of what you guys said, but I differ one aspect, money.
Yeah.
I think money matters. We will be able to fund housing, education, roads, and establish some sort of, like Israel. They get money from Germany, America. You see how fast they build the lands they grab from the Palestinians. Yesterday it was a land deserted. Tomorrow you look at it, you see whole communities built. Yeah. That money is coming from Germany and the West in general to compensate for the Holocaust that was caused. So I think money matters, and Africa needs money rather than apology. Apology doesn't do nothing. I can say sorry and walk away. And still, you have no roads, you have no hospital, you have no schools, you have nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, I would love to respond to that. Money matters, but does money matter if it's not getting to the people?
Does money matter if corrupt government leaders are eating off of those contracts and the public goods never get built, the roads never get built, the SGR gets built and it's not up to standard, it's not what they promise, because where is the money?
But also, I'm a big believer in, if we're having the same conversation with the same people and we keep on saying the same things time and time again and nothing is happening, then we have to find ways of saying money without saying money. So that's why when I mention it's not about the money, it's about education. You know, in a lot of these countries, black young people, especially black boys, are being failed in schools. You know, we haven't got the right housing. There's so many things in terms of infrastructure that can be put in place for black black communities in the US, in the UK, that then still transcends itself to Africa. But like Ray said, you know, as a Nigerian, you've got leaders that are stealing billions, not millions, but billions. So if the West is looking at us, and why should we give them money to steal it? But also, there's times when we've had, I wish, what's his name from Amnesty? Arunga was here from Amnesty. So we've had cases in Nigeria where say in Shell to court, and they've won, you know, 300, 400, 500 million, and that money is meant to go to that money goes to the chiefs and the community leaders, who are then meant to use that money to build, you know, rebuild roads, go back to that place, and it's in a far worse condition than it was before. So I think there's ways in which we can talk about money, but not actually say the word money, but find ways of still building and getting reparation in a completely different way. Does that make sense? I'm just thinking in terms. Does that answer your question? I mean, I know you still don't agree for 95%.
It's here? Oh, it's with me. Oh.
Thank you so much. So we are discussing our history, and for me, I think it's important to acknowledge that most of us don't know our history, including myself. Because I've seen that most of the writing that has been done about our history has been done by foreigners, the British, and they wrote it according to their own perspective. And most of our leaders have been, cultural leaders in the past were portrayed as maybe villains. So, for example, I would say I only got to learn recently that one of the cultural leaders we had in our country, in our tribe, Buganda, was portrayed as a villain, but when a Ugandan professor did research and rewrote the history, he could see that he was actually exiled and he was forced to leave his land. So where I'm coming with this is we also have to get into the habit of documenting and archiving our own history, which we don't do so much, maybe because we don't have the resources, but also because that when we write our own stories, we can retell them from our perspective, and that leads us to not be erased and also be misconstrued. So I think that we have to get into the habit of writing our own stories. Yeah.
But also, I think our lecturers, so when you go to schools, universities, our lecturers need to have that kind of knowledge to empower our young people with because history is power. Yes. You know, you have confidence knowing who you are and where you come from. I only found out recently that that my great-grandfather fought in World War II. And the British went to his school, we were from in Nigeria, went to his school and took all the boys who were 14. Now, in England, you had to be 16, but nowhere does it document that the British went and took these 14-year-old boys and did not tell their parents. So my great-grandfather, when he came back, there's no document that says he fought in World War II. All he has, or all we have, is the plate, the metal plate, and cutlery, the knife and fork, and his boots that he was given. And that's all we have to show that he fought in World War II. Nothing else. I bet you the British probably don't even have his name. It's like when you were saying about the Kenyans that got buried. how can you not have people's names? So these are things that, if it wasn't for oral history, I would never know. So when I was growing up in senior school, not once did my mum mention about my great-granddad until one day I said to her, like, why didn't black people fight in World War II? And she's like, well, actually, your great-grandfather fought. And I said, why is it you're only telling me now? Because when, you know, being black and raised in the UK is completely different again. So in the school that I went to, there was only like 4 black students. So anytime they talked about World War II and how, you know, the British fought the Nazis, but what they didn't include was that there was Africans, there was Indians, the, you know, Tamil fight, there was all these fighters, until a lot of times our parents don't even think to tell us to pass this history down. So yeah, there's a lot that we need to uncover ourselves and actually document. So I've started documenting everything that I've been told by my parents. So maybe something you can start as well, you know, and start doing more research and encouraging other of your peers to do the same thing, and then put that information together.
I just would like to affirm what you said with a quote. It's an African proverb, and the concept was popularized by Chinua Achebe, who's a pretty famous Nigerian author. And the quote goes, until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter.
Thank you. I was about to defend the view that says money matters. I think that the argument goes to the extent of holding the international communities accountable. Therefore, if we say that when the money comes to where it's supposed to be, it cannot be protected, it means that we will then be unwilling to take our own accountable. The money must come back to where it belongs. So I think it is organizations like supposed to be bring what is ours for us to decide as to how we utilize it. Once it is here, when we are failing to take our own responsible, then we'll be failing in a cause. This is the organization. Once money is here for compensation, we need to protect it, to hold ours accountable, because we cannot leave them to perpetuate whatever wrongs that we are doing, because indeed we need the money. We are economically affected by the injustices of the international community for having perpetuated that. So the money, once it's here, it is our responsibility as to how it must be utilized. Thank you.
Can I add to that? Oh, sorry.
You have a question on.
Oh, I can't see it. There's not saying anything. Oh, can you unmute? We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
say who you
So
are.
My name is Paira Boni, and I'm calling in from Uganda.
Welcome.
I think I want to rethink this debate in a direction that puts Africa to be strong alone without expectation from our colonizers. I have been following the debate, and it appears like all our conversation is still on demanding to be given. But without a united Africa, let us look at what is happening in Congo. Let us look at what happened in Mali. If Africa is still going to allow the invasion of countries like Libya without saying anything, I think if we request to be given back what belongs to us from the British, where are we going to keep these things? So my question to the panelists is, how do we get a united Africa that will stand alone to defend every African country in order for us to be in position to go out there and then demand for what belongs to us. Thank you.
Thanks. That's such a... Thank you very much. That's such a hard question. I don't know, it's a hard question for me because I feel like we have the power to be united and in solidarity. But I think when I'm a big believer, when money's involved, that actually just it changes the stance on so many different things, and so many of our leaders. I wanted to say, how do you say, embed with some of these international governments. So it's very hard to even get to a space of saying there's this solidarity. Yeah, it's a hard one. It's so hard. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've expressed we have to fix this crisis of leadership and corruption. For me, that's just primary and baseline. There is no Kenya, there's no Africa, there's disparity between the rich and the poor, and until the rich or the political elites can shift and not eat, and everyone can eat together, I just don't understand like the money conversation, just to be honest. I want independence too, but I want responsibility first.
Can I just add one very quick thing? If we all wait for African unity, we're waiting a long time. I'm sorry, let's be realistic. But you don't have to have unity of everybody in the country. Every Kenyan didn't have to be unified before they fought Mau Mau. Every Ethiopian did not have to be unified before they defeated the Italians at the Battle of Adawa. By the way, go and visit the museum in Adawa, built with the Chinese, but marvelous piece of tribute to Ethiopian solidarity. So, and the Europeans generally themselves, if the French or whatever and back in their history were fighting, the Irish were fighting, the British, whatever, they didn't wait till all Ireland was united. They didn't, they just fought. Because actually success is what leads your people. So I'm not into, yes, we need to wait. We waited too long. So you run by the fastest. And just on one historical bit, Russia didn't revolt through Lenin. Lenin came on a train from Germany after Russia had revolted. So we don't need to wait for our supposed leaders or intellectuals or whatever to get out of bed. Do it and then they join. Thank you, sorry.
That's okay. I'm still trying to see if this is a statement or a question. I'm still forming my thoughts. But through the conversations of the day, a consistent theme I've picked up on is that generations have been colonized mentally. And this current generation, the ones to come up, are very curious about the truth of our heritage, our culture, and we are not afraid to actually unlearn things that we've been taught. But then the other side of it is something that you guys touched up on a second ago, which is different groups of people in the black communities, whether they're in Africa or the Caribbean or the US, and there's a discussion and debate going on who should get what, which contributes to the divide and conquer. And something that I've been working on is figuring out, well, how do we really take the opportunity from this globalization that's happening? Since the pandemic, the world has gotten smaller. And we're realizing that, wow, like people in Uganda and people in the UK or Kenya or Nigeria or, you know, somewhere in New York, we're having the same issue. And now we're connecting and having these conversations, but then there's still not much tech infrastructure to actually bring us together and preserve culture and also create economic opportunities for people on diaspora regions. So this past year, something I've been working on building is a tech platform that actually allows people who are, whether they're in diaspora regions or traveling to those regions, to connect with their heritage, whether it's finding experiences, even conferences like this. But the purpose of those platforms is to allow the people in the diaspora regions to create opportunities, economic opportunities for self-empowerment. And I think while the conversations around, you know, regaining the compensation that is absolutely due, I think maybe there should also be a focus around educating people, not just on the diaspora, I think it's everywhere, Black people, how to actually equip yourself and be self-empowered so that you're not all the way reliant on what needs to be given to you, but actually creating that foundation for yourself. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on how we can actually utilize, you know, new technologies and how we can integrate tech infrastructure or just globalization to actually create more community between each other. So there's less divide and conquer, and we're actually creating mobilization between each other.
Oh, that's I'll have it. The funny thing is I can't think off the top of my head, but I know there's so many organizations and groups who are doing individual things mainly in London. I'm part of different accelerator programs of Black fintechs who are trying to bridge those gaps, but also they're talking to the banks, so like Barclays, HSBC, Deutsche Bank, all of them, to get funding to help them build this technology. So it is out there, but it's I think our issue is connecting everyone to make sure that it happens. Because what happens with a lot of these tech creations is they get to a certain level and then they can't get enough investment to actually see it through. So that's where they're at the moment, but I think it's definitely something that's needed. So yeah, so I can have a little think. So I forgot the rest of your question. Was that? No. But it is, I genuinely think there's that Gen Z who are tired and they're fed up. So they want to see those changes, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in the US, in Europe. We're all having the same conversations. It's just that we don't all know each other, you know. So it's making those connections, and yeah. So I think we need to find a way of shouting about what we're trying to achieve.
The internet is the great equalizer, I think. Even beyond, you know, tech platforms being built out, the internet. And we saw that in June. Did y'all see that in June? For those that were in Kenya with the movement, WhatsApp was huge in uniting people. Gen Z coming together with millennials, coming together with Gen X. Twitter was huge. I think even President Ruto sat down and had a forum. And so I've seen within Kenya, at least, like with this movement and this revolution at working, transnationally, across the diaspora, would it work the same? I don't know. I have questions. I wonder if there's a little bit of pre-work that might need to be done.
It is a lot because there's so many out there. It's just that putting in that work to make sure that we are all joined up. Because there's thousands out there. Even when I went to Lagos, there was so many groups that I came across. But it's just making sure that everyone joins each other, but also trusting each other, because there were some groups that didn't trust another group. I think one of the twins was talking about, you know, activism, and then you've got those activists who are performative activists. I know Black people in the UK that don't believe in a Black community, but when they saw that money come through for funding for Black activism, they were shouting at the rooftop, you know. So there's people out there that are doing things, but making sure that we connect the right people, not just the ones who are now shouting the loudest because they see there's a bit of a storm brewing and they want to be part of that conversation.
Yes, none of us are free until all of us are free. When I talked about transnational, I meant Pan-African. So that for me is the pre-work. My struggle is also your struggle, you know. So I just feel like there's something pre-work that's got to happen. Because I don't know, if we open up a tech platform, are people going to come? Do we still have some challenges to work through, as Judge Herbert mentioned? Just thinking out loud. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's an incredible initiative, and I can't wait for you to launch it.
Right, I think we're going to leave it there. Can I thank the panelists who have been excellent and stepping up as well. Thank you. Very big round of applause, please. Thank you. And you yourself as well have been brilliant. Lots of energy, lots of buzz, lots of vibe in the room. Give yourself a round of applause. And we'll just say, ask Abdi to close the meeting with a prayer. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for tomorrow morning, we aim to start at 9:15, but can people have a think about a social event on Friday? We didn't put anything in the diary because we thought he'd let you know, get to know each other, and then explore somewhere to hang out. So Friday evening, if it's cool. You've got tonight and tomorrow to do some research. Those of you like to do in PhDs or masters. So, and those who just like to shake a foot, that's fine. So Friday, food and shake a foot. Please, space. So I want to hear suggestions by tomorrow morning. That would be really good. And that's, by the way, just a rehearsal for Saturday where you really have to shake a foot. And we have some entertainers in the room who are secret, who are not going to be names, are not going to be released, but I promise you, you'll recognize them when they appear on stage on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.